System's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see.
I think you've been under oath for several days now? Yes. We did the jury view, the scene view yesterday. Were you able to accompany us on that?
I did.
Were you basically present during all of the pre-runs and also the actual run with the jury?
Yes.
I want to talk to you, the parties. What we're going to do is go out of order just a little bit to discuss some of the changes from the property as it was seen yesterday compared to back in July 2018. Is that okay?
Yes.
Right. Tell me if one of the changes is that when you're looking at the fence, I think it was a black fence kind of in the back going from that corner where I call the American and the French doors. There's a new fence back there. Is that new?
That's new.
And there is a hot tub that's on the back side, lower side. If you walk out the French door area, did you see that hot tub?
I did.
And has that hot tub now been moved further down in a different position than where it was in July 2018?
It is. The owners poured a new concrete pad and moved it over.
I think some of the landscape had been changed, and so there was a new the rocks that were down. I think in the backyard, some other areas that the pebble rocks and things like that. That loose rock, is that new?
It is.
And then on the back side of the house, basically that backyard, has it been fenced in with a new fence?
It has.
But the fence out, the wire fence runs along the boundary line on the back. Is that the same one?
It's the same fence. The new owners have added some wire mesh, thinner wire mesh, so the chickens couldn't get through it.
And I think there's a new black fence type in the backyard too. Is that right?
Correct.
Let's see if I can read mine. Let's talk about the chicken coop. The chicken coop has a new extension to it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I call it the putt-putt grass, but there's new astroturf, and that's in the kind of when you walk out where Gary's living room and the office is, that hole where the putting green was. Is that new?
Yeah, all the putting green and the actual turf on that side of the house is new. It was not there in July of 2018.
And all the astroturf, I guess, in the backyard too.
Yeah, the actual turf in the backyard on the other side of the house is new as well. All that was natural grass, natural foliage and ground shrubbery.
Is it not correct that in July 2018 everything was natural around the house?
Yes.
The driveway, I believe, has been asphalted in certain areas, as previously it was different. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then obviously the plants and the shrubbery have grown or changed somewhat since 2018.
Correct. Some have grown, some have been replaced.
Gentlemen, am I forgetting anything? Judge, am I forgetting anything?
Is there anything at barn, that drive turnaround area there previously?
The turnaround area in front of the barn?
Yeah.
Yeah, all that was there. Some of it was gravel. I believe the new owners have asphalt. The black asphalt, they've added that since. But the layout was the same.
Right.
This is S-Ferris 11. Again, with the pin where the burn pile is. Kind of to the left of the burn pile, as you look at the photograph, was there an area downhill? It was very steep going downhill where the trail camera was.
Yes.
And a couple jurors could walk down there, but that was down that way along the fence line.
Correct. And if I may, the trail camera was pointed towards the other property.
To that where that fence line went, right?
Correct.
You think anything else?
The other house, all the other houses, there hasn't been any new homes built in
Not that I
the
observed.
meantime. All right.
No.
Just that's all I have, unless the fence has anything.
All right. Anything, Mr. Ray?
Just one thing.
Go ahead.
With the trail cam that Mr. Fogus has talked about, and we had talked about it before the jurors arrived, we don't know the exact location where the trail cam was found.
Correct. I never viewed the trail cam attached to the tree. I was just given the general location, so I didn't know exactly which tree it was attached to.
That was it.
All right. Anything else?
That's all this one.
All right. You step down. We need a short break.
Do you want to? We're good. Judge,
Y'all,
what is that?
any other questions?
1 second.
All right. All right. I need y'all to step out. It'll be a short 5-minute break.
again, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Ms. Harris, you are still under oath from yesterday. And I believe we left off here on July 3rd, the evening of July 3rd. At 10:52, what is that icon?
This is a representation of the cell site location of Scott Farris's cell phone.
So the first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you move the microphone a little bit closer to you?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, the first call up there on the top.
That is a phone call from Melody Farris to Scott Farris at 10:52 p.m. and it lasted 1 minute and 5 seconds in duration.
And that's on her personal cell phone, the one that she communicates with family on.
Correct.
And that is where the phone's location is when that call is taken from
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Okay. That's Scott's phone number
Correct.
in this pink section here?
Yes.
Okay. All right, at 11:28, what are we looking at there?
This is a phone call from Melody to Rusty on the 1987 phone, and it lasts 4 minutes and 58 seconds.
Okay, and that's about 40 minutes after she talks to Scott, right? Okay, then at 11:30, what do we have there?
This is a phone call from Scott to Melody at 11:30 p.m. And no duration.
No duration. What does that typically mean?
The phone call did not connect.
And what are we looking at here down in the bottom, this map?
Again, this is the location of Scott Farris's telephone during that attempted call at 11:30 p.m.
And that's within, and the Purcell Lane is within that tower.
That's correct.
So at 10:52, the phone's location is in the pink up there, and then by 11:30, it appears he's in the area of the home.
That's correct.
Okay. And what is this slide?
This is a call at 11:34 p.m. Melody to Scott, and it lasts 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
And that below is the phone, Scott's phone's location, which the home appears to be within that location.
Correct.
All right, let's start at the bottom here. Well, hang on, let's go back. So this is about 10 minutes later. What's this bottom call right here?
This is a phone call at 11:45 p.m. on July 3rd. This is Melody calling Rusty, and it lasts 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 5 seconds.
At 11:45, okay. So the graph above it, it's titled Melody's Activity. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at?
This is a graph showing activity markers for the time span of 6 o'clock p.m. to 11:48 p.m. on July 3rd. The two different colors show different types of measurement of activity that are found in the cell phone extraction of Melody Farris.
And it ended at 11:48. So while this phone call was being made, is that just when the measurement ended?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So now we're in the early morning of July 4th at 12:14 a.m. What is this?
This is a message from a short message service from the number 611612 code. I'm sorry, it's a message to Melody from 2166 message service for Straight Talk Wireless.
And that is that 611612 the content of that message?
Correct.
Okay. I know there's a couple of numbers, so I wanted to delineate. So the 21663 is essentially the number that the phone is communicating with, and then the 611612 is the content of that message.
Correct.
Okay. And then what's the next message down there in the middle?
So again, at 12:14, it's another message, and this is from the short message service for Straight Talk Wireless to Melody, in which it states, for more info about Straight Talk Wireless, Straight Talk services or products, please visit http://straighttalk.com or call 1-877-430-2355.
Which phone were these messages on?
Any text message would be on the personal family phone. So these are on the personal phone.
Okay. And then the phone call at 12:15 is on which phone?
Also the personal family phone, 9029.
Okay. And this phone call with Rusty is about an hour and 14 minutes, which would end, not great at math, almost at 1 a.m. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So this is while she's on the other phone with Rusty.
Correct.
And we're still on the early morning of July 4th. This is the second call to Straight Talk at 12:20. Here's the other side. 12:15,
Correct.
and then a second call about 4 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. And then the next two, well, the next message at 12:24 from Straight Talk, confirmation. Thank you for adding airtime.
Correct.
What are we looking at 12:24 a.m.?
This is a email that is found in the phone extraction of Gary Farris's telephone. It is a notification from his bank, which he was receiving alerts for from Wells Fargo, in which it's an alert stating there was a transaction to Straight Talk airtime in the amount of $36.28.
And that went to Gary's email address on, and you found this alert in his cell phone extraction.
Correct.
Okay. In the cell phone extraction for his email account, when you were looking for this financial alert, did any other financial alerts involving Straight Talk appear?
They did not.
This was the only Straight Talk alert that you found in Gary's email.
Correct.
And what, can you read that card number for me into the record?
Card ending in 0078.
And then at 2:20 a.m., what do we have there?
This is a call from Melody to Rusty, lasting duration 35 minutes, 47 seconds.
So that ends about 2:55 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. On the morning of July 4th.
Yes.
All right. What are we looking at 5:52 a.m.?
This is a location of Gary Farris's handset based upon the Google location records. This is the date of July 4th, 2018, and the time is 5:52 a.m. And the radius shown here, the certainty that Google provides of this location is 11 meters.
So that covers a portion of outside and then a portion of the house, that bottom portion of the house. And we have kind of a clearer photo. Looks like it kind of covers this back area right there.
Correct.
$6:12, what do we have there?
This is a call, 6:12 a.m., Scott Farris to Melody Farris, lasting 9 seconds in duration.
And the morning of at 6:21, morning of July 4th, what is this?
Again, this is an alert notification from Wells Fargo to Gary's email. And this is an alert stating the card ending in 0078 was used at a ATM location in Freehome for the amount of $80.
And at 6:24, what are we looking at there?
Again, this is a handset precision location of Gary Farris's device. This is at 6:24 a.m. and the certainty of this location is 31 meters.
And so a large portion of that is the woods, and then it barely touches the side of the house. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And at 6:29, what do we have right there?
This is a call from Melody Farris to Rusty for the duration of 20 seconds at 6:29 on July 4th.
On the 1987 phone.
Correct.
And so that was at 6:29 a.m., 20 seconds, and then at 6:30, what do we have there?
We have another call, Melody to Rusty, and this is 59 minutes and 44 seconds in duration.
And at 6:32, we moved to some of Scott's conversations. What do we have there?
This is a text message thread located in Scott's phone extraction. This is Scott to Ted at 6:32 a.m. saying, "Y'all up."
And then Scott says what? Well, Ted says what?
Ted replies at 6:34, "Yes, sir."
And then what does Scott say?
Scott replies at 6:34, "I'm on my way."
What are we looking at 6:37 a.m.?
This again is a Google precision location of Gary Farris's device at 6:37. You see the lines coming from this area. This is showing repeat measures of this device at these different times of 6:37, 6:43, and 7:21, all in the same 11-meter certainty.
Were there more, I don't know what you call them. What do you call like this point?
This is the circle within the circle is the exact latitude and longitude provided in the records for the Google location.
So you listed 3. Were there more than 3 for that location?
In this time frame, there were not.
Okay, so the time frame between 6:37 and 7:20, these are the 7:21. These are the only 3.
Correct.
Okay. And then beyond 7:21, were there more?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we kind of go back to Scott, and at 6:40, tell the jury what they're looking at here on this slide.
This is showing Scott's cell site location for his device at 6:40 a.m. and at 6:46 a.m. And the tower here, as you can see, it's showing you that pi, the sector of the tower, the face of the tower that this call was transmitted from. This call text message data point of the device, some transmission, in which these two transmissions occur at 6:40 a.m. and 6:46 a.m. And on the right-hand side is drive time to the physical location of that cell tower. And I mapped it back to this exact day and time. And just to show, typically, drive time to that tower location is typically, we'll say 8 to 14 minutes away from that location of the residence.
So at the latest, Scott left the house at 6:32. Is that the latest, if we're talking shortest amount of time to get to that location?
Based upon that calculation.
The 8 to 12 minutes, okay. And then he hits at 6:40. 6 minutes later, he's in a different sector in a different tower further away in Sawney Mountain.
Correct.
Okay, at 7:58 through 9:05, what are we looking at there?
This is showing, again, the Google location, precision location of Gary's handset during these times, and they do overlap based upon the certainty of the meters provided. So at 7:58, we have an 11-meter precision location. The next data point is at 8:21, which is much larger at 21 meters, and then the next data point is at 9:05 a.m., which is 10 meters.
So for this time frame, were there more data points than the 3 that you're showing?
These are the only ones during this time frame.
Okay. And on the right side, what are we showing the jury there?
This is phone activity, phone calls. At 8:17 a.m., Melody calls Rusty, and they speak for 2 minutes, 17 seconds. And again at 9:03 a.m., Melody to Rusty for 10 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay, so on the left side, you have 9:05 to 11:16. Is that the only data point for that time frame for Gary's handset?
Again, yes, these are repeat data points with the same certainty during that time frame.
And on the right side, what are you showing there?
This is phone activity. This is at 9:13 a.m. Amanda to Melody on the personal family phone, calling. They speak for 3 minutes and 54 seconds. At 9:17, Melody calls Rusty on the 1987 phone for 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Again, at 10:18 a.m. on the 1987 phone, Melody calls Rusty for 3 minutes and 49 seconds. And again at 10:39, Melody calls Rusty for 6 minutes and 21 seconds.
So the call with,
That's correct.
okay, and we're still on the morning of July 4th at 11:28. What is this?
This is a call from Melody to Rusty at 11:28 a.m. for 19 minutes and 7 seconds.
And Amanda texts Melody and says what at 11:28 a.m.?
We are headed towards the house to gather our things, and we're going to head to the islands.
What does Melody say back?
Okay, gotta get a quick shower, been working.
Amanda to Melody in the bottom.
Okay, Addison keeps texting Cameron.
Melody to Amanda at 11:39 a.m. And then she texts her one more time.
Call you in a few.
Okay. So the bottom half of this screen, you're showing what?
This is at 11:43 a.m. His handset precision location moved from the previous that you saw to this location.
So this 905 location, it moved, that's at 905, and then this is a few hours later, it moved to that location.
From 9:05 to 11:16 a.m.
Oh, was that the range of the other
Right.
one?
Right
Okay,
here.
this location.
From
I see.
9:05 to 11:16, the device continuously hits in this location with the same amount of certainty that you see depicted there.
And then,
And then from 11:43 to 6:24 p.m. on July 4th, this is the repeat location with the same amount of certainty.
why do you have an asterisk after 6:24 p.m.?
Last data point of location from Google for Gary's device at 6:24 p.m.
Ever.
Correct.
So does that mean, what are the possibilities of why that would end?
The phone battery could have died. The handset cannot reach any signals at this point or any transmissions.
Like powered off or died, or some reason it's just not getting any signals?
Correct.
So like would airplane mode do that?
No transmission to the device of
Okay.
any sort of location services at this point.
Okay. 12:05 on July 4th. What do we start with there?
This is a call from Scott to Melody for 2 minutes and 31 seconds.
And then Amanda sends, it looks like Amanda sends Melody her location.
Correct.
And then what is the message that goes along with that location?
At 12:10, Amanda says to Melody, parked by the pier where we always walk in, tap on my location and your phone GPS will take you there.
And at 12:11, what does Melody say?
Alrighty, I'll try it. I'm not tech savvy.
12:12, Amanda back.
Haha, it will open when you press it, then hit go.
And then she sends her another message.
So it's 15 to get on the island, 10 to get to beach access because it's the holiday.
Okay, and then Melody says to Amanda at 12:20.
Okay.
All right. And then at 12:28,
Melody calls Rusty for a duration of 21 minutes, 13 seconds.
12:29, conversation continues with Amanda.
Amanda tells Melody, bring a chair if you have one. We're running back to the house to get ours.
And then you can keep reading.
Okay. A lot more people, but we got a nice spot with the pop-up tent.
Okay, and then Melody says what?
Don't think I have one.
12:31.
You have that lounger. It's heavy though. We will have 3. Cameron can sit on the sand. Ha.
And that's Amanda to Melody.
Correct.
What do we have at 12:45 p.m.?
Addie sent a text message to Melody at 12:45 p.m. Is a sleepover at your house tonight still on?
Melody says it looks like accidentally to Amanda.
Melody says to Amanda at 12:46, yes, sweetie, it's fine.
And then, sorry, meant for Addison, and then actually replies to Addison.
Yes.
Okay, yes, sweetie, it is 12:46. Addison, what does she say back to Melody?
Okay, great.
12:47.
This is an indication in Melody's device that the Maps application is initiated.
And Amanda texts Melody at 1:01.
They are asking if they can go to your house tonight. Told Chris that was your decision.
What does Melody say back?
Told Addison yes.
Okay, and then Melody to Amanda at 1:16.
Stopped at Target to get chair.
Okay. And what are we looking at here for 1:16 p.m.?
This is the location, the cell site location of the 1987 telephone at 1:16 p.m. in which the tower is located over the Beaufort Highway area.
Up towards the lake
Correct.
and away from the property.
Correct.
Okay. So this is for the 4th. It looks like from 7:24 a.m. to 2:44 p.m. What are we looking at here?
Again, these are activity measurements during this time frame in which, you know, the graph has peaks and valleys showing indications of activity.
Okay. So there's a couple of peaks around 9:23 a.m. and then 10:15-ish a.m. Okay, what are we looking at on this slide? This looks like Scott's activity from 9 p.m. on the 3rd to July 4th at 7 a.m.
Yes, these are activity measurements for Scott's device found in his cell phone extraction for the time frame of July 3rd, 9 p.m. to July 4th at 7 a.m.
So we know that the call to Melody was at 11:34. That was in the area of the home.
Correct.
And then doesn't look like we really see activity again until about 5:52 a.m.
Correct.
And then what are we looking at here?
This is Scott Farris's activity measurements from July 4th to July 5th morning, 8 p.m. on July 4th to 10 a.m. on July 5th.
Okay. So about between 11:24 and it looks like 12 a.m. no activity until the morning around 8:22 a.m.
Correct.
What are we looking at here?
This is just a record from Gary Farris's email records within his cell phone extraction, in which emails were indicated as read or unread. This shows the last status of read in the device was at 2:05 p.m. on July 3rd, 2018.
And we know that his phone location had him going out to dinner between, I would say, around the hours of like 8 and 9 p.m. So he doesn't read any of those either, right? So they remain unread up till about 9 p.m. But then the rest are also unread, and
Correct.
they go all the way to July 4th at 11:09 a.m.
Correct. These are all in the status of unread in the device.
Okay, Ms. Harris, what are we looking at on this slide?
So I conducted an analysis of the communication between Melody and Rusty, and in particular, I focused my efforts on the time span of July 2nd to July 5th, based upon the information in the investigation, and I went to a further time span in the telephone relationship to see if there was anything anything that was odd or uncommon within this time frame per the investigation and the totality of their communication. So I noticed these hours of 11 p.m. to about almost 3 a.m. In the totality of their communication were odd, or outliers, if you will. So I pulled all calls between Melody and Rusty for 6 months, and I created this graph that places the frequency of the calls by time of day. So as you see here, in the hour of 9 a.m., there's 295 calls in that 6 month period.
So the small number on each dot is the number of calls that appear around that time.
In the totality of that 6 month
In the
time
totality of the 6 months, okay.
That's correct.
So I want to go down here to this box, and I think that says 13.
Correct.
And what time frame is that?
That is military time for 11 o'clock p.m.
So 2300.
Correct.
Okay. And then you have a red box around 0, which is midnight.
Correct.
Okay. And then that number is 3.
Correct.
And then 1 right before 1 a.m. and 1 right before 2 a.m.
Right
Is
at
that
2 a.m. Yes, right.
okay?
And the time at the bottom here for the hour of the day is in Eastern time. That Rusty and Melody were in 2 different time zones. So this is from the analysis of Melody's records in Eastern time zone.
So our time zone.
Correct.
So the total number of the calls in the red is what?
Let's see, 18.
Okay. Are these all 18 of those calls?
This is each of those 18
Contacts.
During that time span of 11 p.m. to 3 a.m.
So you have all of those 18 that were in the red, you pulled them together and just listed them right here.
In the red boxes, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
I wanted to see if there was anything common on these days of why this contact is different at these times of nights.
So the bottom 3, what dates were those?
Those are 2 on July 3rd, 1 on July 4th, 2018.
What are the times for the July 3rd calls?
23:28 or 11:28 p.m., 23:45 or 11:45 p.m., and 2:20 a.m. on July 4th.
So the call at 11:28 p.m. was about 5 minutes, 4 minutes and 58 seconds.
Correct.
So that's the duration of the call. And then the next call was 1 hour and 14 minutes.
Yes.
And then the last one on July 4th was 35 minutes.
Correct.
What are we looking at here?
So this is sort of a breakdown of the analysis of what you just saw. In that 6 month time span of January 2018 to July 5th, 2018, there was 3,478 contacts total between Melody and Rusty.
Contacts. So that includes text and call.
Any contact, yes.
Okay.
And this is total contacts in that amount of time frame. And then it's breaking down to those 18 that happen between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m., in which 3 of those 18 calls take place July 3rd and July 4th, and only 1 call out of the total 3,478 calls total in that 6 month time frame ever took place after 12:05 a.m., which that call took place on July 4th, 2018,
At 2:20 a.m.
at 2:20 a.m.
What are we looking at here?
Again, this is another breakdown of the total contacts between the 6 month time frame between Melody and Rusty on the 1987 phone, in which 18 of those 3,478 took place in that 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. And this is going to break down those 18 further and the amount of minutes in which the call lasted. So the 3 that took place on July 3rd and the 1 that took place on July 4th in totality equaled 114 minutes, and the rest of those 15 calls of the 18 totaled 92 minutes in duration.
So the
Totality.
15 combined were 92 minutes.
Right,
And then the 3 for the third and fourth combined were 114 minutes.
that's correct.
What are we looking at on this slide?
So this is a scatter plot of, again, all activity calculated for a year's time span that was derived from Melody Farris's phone extraction. I looked at 1 year of data of health information that was provided in the phone, and I again looked for any potential outliers based upon the activity. And there was between the hour of 11 p.m. and 12 a.m., there was 28 days out of the 361 days that I received data points in the health activity. So out of those 361 days, 28 days, there was some measurement of activity that took place between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m. within her device. This scatter
These are
plot,
all those 28 days.
this represents those 28 days
Okay.
and the activity scale based upon where the dot is. And this helped me identify, again, any outliers.
And so you have 9/7/2017 and 9/30/2017 appear higher up on the plot.
Correct.
So the arrow is going up, so that's more activity. And then, were you able to determine what those dates signified? The 7th and the 30th?
Sure, so in analysis, why is this odd? So with this, I took these outliers and I went back and I researched within the data I have in the phones, and I wanted to know what happened on September 7th of 2017, why so much activity. So within the data found in the phone from various sources, it was this on 9/7/2017, the device has very little telephone activity, and when I'm talking about device extraction, I'm only speaking about the family phone 9029. It's the only extraction I had for Melody Farris. So the days prior to September 7th, no phone activity at all. On September 7th, 2017, the phone connects to a Wi-Fi in the name of hedonism, and the Wi-Fi, it was a public Wi-Fi for the resort of the Hedonism Resort in Jamaica.
So the device was connecting to a Wi-Fi in Jamaica on
Correct.
the 7th. Okay.
Yes.
And then what about the 30th?
On the 30th, I went back and looked at the timeline of phone calls and text messages and photos within the device and determined on September 30th, 2017, it appeared that Melody Farris was in Nashville. I believe there was a baby shower the next day. This was a Saturday, and messages indicate potentially going out in Nashville with Amanda
Okay. On the 30th.
on the 30th.
Okay. And then we have July 3rd, 2 nights before Gary's remains were found.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Harris, when you looked at the cell tower dumps, you're able to search phone numbers within the tower dumps?
I am.
Did you search Chris Ferris's phone number in those tower dumps?
I did.
And between, we'll say, the night of the 3rd going into the 4th, did you find his number in those tower dumps?
So Chris Ferris's phone will show in the tower dump, but it's never, if you remember we talked about the target, it's never the one that's in the location of the cell site of the towers that were dumped. It's one being called by someone in a location. So his phone will appear, but he is not the device within the cell tower location.
So let's say if Gary called him, his number
That's
showed up.
correct.
And then if Amanda called him, his number showed up.
That is correct. That 353 and 351 call
On the 3rd?
on July 3rd, back and forth Gary and Chris, those show up within the tower based upon Gary Ferris's location and the attempt to call him.
And then when was Amanda's call to Chris?
It was around noon, I believe, on July 5th.
Okay, and between those 3 calls, no, his number doesn't show up at all.
That's correct.
In those tower dumps, and that's if you use the phone in the location.
Right, the phone has to be used to receive that location. If there's no activity on the phone, no calls being made, it would not show up in the tower.
But ultimately, the only times his number shows up was he was being called by someone in that location.
That's correct.
Okay, Ms. Harris, that's all I have for you.
Great.
Your Honor, if we could take a brief 5-minute break.
All right. All right, y'all step out for just a second. you need some assistance, Mr. Weaver. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're kind of ahead, which is good. Someone asked about lunch. Y'all didn't get menus this morning, so that means you're not having lunch brought in. We're going to take probably give y'all an hour and a half. We're probably going to go a little longer and then break for lunch. And then we're potentially setting up another Zoom call this afternoon, so I'm going to need a little bit of time for that. So I'm going to give y'all probably an hour and a half break for lunch. But we may go till 12:30, 1 o'clock before we do that. All right? Go ahead, Mr. Weaver.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Was it Commander?
Yes.
Good morning, Commander Harris. I am John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent Melody Farris. I want to talk to you about this slide right here. So you've created this slide, yes?
That's correct.
All right. And so, and Your Honor, I'm going to have to kind of go back and forth with the Elmo. If we could,
Let me know.
Can we go ahead and switch to the Elmo?
All right.
One day we'll get a button. It's going to be great.
Or a second remote that isn't tethered with a cable.
And Judge, I've stipulated to the admission of all of these exhibits.
All right.
So that would be defendants Harris 1 through 16.
All right. They're admitted.
But I'm going to start with defendants Harris 15. And do you remember this document? Do you know what this is?
Yes, this appears to be the geofence return.
Okay. And there are identifying numbers for a device, and that would be this column here. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. And this is not Gary Farris's device.
That's correct.
All right. That would have been, was it Addison or?
One of the others.
One of the others? Okay. But this number, this 211, the identifying number of Gary Farris's phone, yes?
Well, that's the anonymized deciphering code that Google uses. But yes, when that was in phase 3 of the geofence, when that was decoded, it is Gary's account, correct?
That's the thumbprint.
Correct.
Okay, just the identifier of that phone. Anonymized. I don't speak that language.
Okay, it's a specific set of numbers that Google uses
Sure.
to pinpoint a device without telling us the device,
But
phone number or Gmail account.
But that is, to Google, Gary Farris's phone.
Yes, in step 3 of the Google Fence return, that is when
That's it. That's his phone.
Okay.
Yes. So then Google gave you all of these latitude and longitudinal coordinates, yes?
Correct.
And so in different ways. So and I'll flip the page. This page shows a number of Wi-Fi coordinates. I'll zoom in. In certain times. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, flip the page. More Wi-Fi coordinates, corresponding times on July the 3rd through July the 4th. And then we see about midway down this page that it switches over to GPS coordinates, yes?
Appears so, yes.
Okay, so this is the raw data that you used to create your PowerPoint presentation, right?
So I used the Google return for his Gmail account.
Right?
So that appears to be the geofence because it has those other accounts on it.
Okay,
So I used
just Google.
his Google return,
The
right?
Google return, Gmail account,
Absolutely, yes.
not this, but there's other ways of determining where his phone is as well, right? Through those.
So both records
Yes.
should correlate.
Okay, good. But you didn't, and I noticed that you did not use the Wi-Fi coordinates in this PowerPoint, correct?
You know, both were used, I believe, as far as GPS or Wi-Fi, depending on the time of the transaction.
Okay. Well, let's talk. Well, depending on the time, but let's talk about this. What would these be?
Well, I would have to look at the raw record and match it up to this time.
Oh, sure, absolutely. May I approach your honor?
Thank you.
You told us that at the beginning of the trial, but habit.
So this is July 3rd, 8/28, which is 2028. So the 8/28 point there is indeed a Wi-Fi source.
That's a Wi-Fi source.
Correct.
Okay.
Based upon the record.
Well, so what about 8:30? Could that possibly be? I mean, up through 8:40, I don't imagine you could still be on the Wi-Fi that far away. That's a number of miles, is it not?
Well, so exactly. So your records here, again, being the geofence,
Sure.
at 8:30, that moved outside of the geofence, so it's not on this record.
So then your GPS, or what are you using?
Well, the record states it's using Wi-Fi.
Okay. But there are some GPS coordinates in that record.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm asking you for this jury,
Sure.
when you created this, because you created this image out of data somewhere.
Correct.
So it's both Wi-Fi and then it's also GPS, or
It's completely based on what the record is.
okay,
But I can't confirm what 8:30 is with this.
okay,
I would need the Google return raw record to show you the source of 8:30.
okay. All right, but not for this. This is the wrong record for that.
This is the raw record for the geofence. So
Okay.
once those points go outside of the virtual fence, that record does not show them.
Okay. So you got coordinates by time, and this is what came back. In this Gmail location between 8:30 p.m. and 8:40 p.m. on the 3rd.
So yes, these are depictions of certain data points during this time frame.
Longitude, latitude.
Longitude, latitude, and a certainty marker.
Okay. Similar to this document, but not this document, is what you did it with.
Correct. Those only are in the area of the fence.
Of
again.
the fence around the house.
Correct.
Okay. So we're outside the fence.
Absolutely. Which,
Yeah. There we go. This one right here.
yes.
So between 8:40 and 9:21, Gary Farris's phone did not move from this location.
That is correct. That is a precision location during that time, between that 8:40 to 9:21.
Now I noticed, for your other PowerPoints, you did like meters and how within the precision. I don't
Correct.
see it on this one.
Yeah. Absolutely. I should have indicated the meters there, but if you have the raw record, I can tell you the meters.
I don't know where the raw
Okay.
record is. But this is similar style that you used in the other images that we saw around the house and the burn pile.
That's correct.
Okay. But where is this?
So this is in the area of Freeholm. I looked up this shopping center in that corner. Now it's called B&B Tavern.
Okay.
I believe back in 2018 it was a different restaurant.
So we've been Publix. That there's like a Publix in there,
Yeah, I'm really not familiar with that area.
and
so-
then literally across the street is the Freeholm precinct that we've been talking about in this case, where Detective Hayes did most of the investigation.
I did not look at the relative. Again, I just looked at the phone's location.
Did you look up what this place used to be back in 2018?
I think I did.
Okay.
I don't want to misspeak, but it was a different restaurant.
All right.
I believe.
Could it have been Catch 22?
I believe so.
Catch 22. All right, so we've now seen somewhere in one of the text messages, which I know you've not been in here for this entire trial, but you have been through a lot of text messages. And I believe in this report it mentioned earlier in the day that maybe Scott and Melody were going to go to Catch 22.
Yes, around lunch, I believe.
All right, so this is where Catch 22 was in 2018.
I believe that is correct.
Okay, so did you ever review, did you know Gary was there? Did you ever extract any photo information from security cameras or extract any data about his credit card use or anything like that for Catch 22?
I did not.
Okay. Meaning there was a possibility that he could have had dinner with somebody and we have no idea who that was.
I can only speak to the location of the device during that time based upon my analysis.
Device at restaurant. Okay. And so we think he left the restaurant about 9:26.
And it looks to be still in the area of the restaurant at that time, but the next data point is 9:32, and it is away.
Okay, so sometime between 9:26 and 9:32, we can reasonably extrapolate that he left Catch 22 restaurant.
Again, the device.
The device left. Okay. All right, then you have Gary's Gmail location back at the house with, this is a law, you didn't write it down because you wrote it on other ones, but how many meters of certainty is this?
I would have to look back at the raw record, but it's within
Did
that.
you bring your raw record?
I have a copy.
Could you look?
Sure.
Thanks.
So this is 9:34 on July 3rd. So this is a 29-meter certainty.
Okay. How many feet is in a meter?
I think it's around 3.3.
3.3. So then how many feet would this be?
29 times 3.3. Thank you.
And I'm sorry that we're having to do this, but at the end of the day, this trial is in Cherokee County, Georgia, and we're not on the metric system here. So I'm just trying to maybe
Sure.
help explain to the
Trust
jury.
me, the records in the formats they come.
Sure, absolutely.
95.7 feet approximately.
So from the center of that circle, 95.7 feet, so almost 100 feet. That's what that is from the center of that circle,
Correct.
in every direction.
Correct.
Okay. So that phone could be anywhere in the middle of that circle.
Absolutely.
All right. So let's talk about this. So why do these certainty levels, they bubble up and then they get small. They bubble up and then they get small. Can you explain that to me?
I cannot speak to the technology of Google. And again,
And that's fine. I was wondering if you knew the answer to that or not.
I can, that would be a Google engineer question.
Okay. So then we move off, and I think, Miss Frankish did a great job of kind of drawing the pies coming off of the cell phone tower, and that's older science. That's been around for quite a while. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So then we move forward in time to 5:52 a.m. Gary's phone geofence location.
Correct.
All right. So I wanted to. You didn't simultaneously do any dots. That's what I call them, dots. But you didn't do any of your circles for the Wi-Fi at that time. Is there any reason for that?
Where are we speaking? Are you talking
You
about
know,
552?
After Gary got back from the restaurant, which none of us knew anything about until pretty much yesterday, could you... Okay, I'm just going to show you
Sure.
what I came up with. I followed your instructions. And we've made our own maps based on your instructions of the latitude and the longitude, and then the map display radius zone.
Sure.
So I'm going to show you what is marked as Defense Exhibit Harris 1. All right, so this is the same time period with latitude and longitude, which is marked within, I believe you said phase 3.
Of the geofence.
Of the geofence. So we're
Okay.
back in the geofence.
Okay.
And there's different measures, of course, Wi-Fi and GPS, and then there's another measure within the geofence.
Cell network.
So, and I don't think we had any of that for Gary, yes? Or no? And I can give it back to you so you can explain it to me.
If you're talking about in the geofence, but I do have them in the Google return.
Right, but in the geo.
Sure, I'll take a look. Thank you. I do not see any source of cell.
Okay, no source of cell. So these Wi-Fi pings, could you go look at the time period for 12:49 a.m. and 1:09 a.m. and 2 a.m. and 2:12 a.m. on 7/4/2018? So you could tell me how big the radius is on that.
Am I doing 1249 through 109?
I believe that's the data point. Just that general area, so you could tell me how big that radius is in my picture.
Um, 1249, the radius is 28 meters. 109, 28 meters. 2 o'clock a.m., 28 meters. 2 o'clock again, 28 meters. 2:12, 28 meters.
Okay. So next I'm going to show you Harris 2. Defense 2. This would be 1:21 and 31 seconds in the morning on the morning of the 4th. Where does it show Gary's phone?
120.
And I want you to and make sure, check my work. The longitude and the latitude dot and the radius that it says.
1:21 a.m. on 7/4. I don't show a record here.
All right, how about I approach with one where we've specifically got Wi-Fi pings? How about 123, 7/4?
So this goes 109 to 2
Okay.
2 a.m.
All right. Okay. Well, then don't check my work. But in this image, this is a very broad circle. Yes.
Relatively.
Okay. And so Wi-Fi. Tell me how Wi-Fi works versus GPS.
Again, I cannot speak to the engineering on how it's calculated. My common knowledge would be distance to the router, but I understand things can interfere with that as well. So I really can't speak to how it's calculated.
Okay, so you just don't know.
No, sir. I just analyze the records that are given to me.
All right, but this geo coordinate is somewhere out, and it would include in this picture the barn and the pasture out near the road. Is that true?
That's what it appears. Yes.
Okay. So my question kind of goes back to you as to why you would not use any of the Wi-Fi coordinates, because then they can get really large here.
Sure. I did use some Wi-Fi. We showed that in the restaurant.
That one.
Yeah. And to me, it didn't. The source doesn't matter. I mapped all locations. Now, for the simplicity of the presentation, to not make the map very convoluted, so this large section that you're showing here, this large circle, that would have all been purple. But within that purple area are all the little points.
All the little points. But
correct. During the same time frame, right? So within that large area are the little areas as well. So,
but what I'm saying is there's different means. You're trying to use Google in a way, and you're not an expert in Google. You're trying to use Google to pinpoint where a phone was and a time it was, but you're kind of saying, don't worry about this Wi-Fi stuff. Don't worry about the cell phone stuff. We're going to focus on this one because I like this one the best. I think it's the best.
That's actually not accurate. I mapped all of it, and what you saw in the presentation was the precision location that gives us a better idea of the actual trail. Like a cell tower, we know those are large, much larger areas. We can't get certainty.
Mm-hmm.
But when you have, within the same time frames, when you have smaller certainty within that large area, it's more precise.
Okay, so I checked your work too. I tried.
Okay.
And so here we are. Your dots, your dots, your dots. Back to a bigger circle. No explanation as to why. We did the same kind of thing you did, following the radiuses there. And then you got him back out here somewhere. The phone is in the woods on the other side. The jury's been there now, so they've seen this property. This looks like it's almost on the property next door because there's a driveway down through here. What's your explanation for that?
Of where the location of the phone
Yes.
is?
And then that's where the phone just kind of, I guess the battery dies.
So I will say on this map that you created, did
Well,
you,
I can go back to your image.
okay. We show them the same because Google Earth does show a little bit different.
I'll go back to your image if I can figure out how to get there. There we go. Here we go.
Right.
This one right here?
Right, correct.
Okay.
So this is a much greater bird's eye view from the image you just showed me. As you can see, it does still touch part of the house, or could be, or a driveway. It's
Well, the
not
jury's
merely
been there now, and have you been out to the property?
I have
by the way?
not.
Okay. So this is out kind of in the driveway, in the woods. Chicken coop appears to be right there, but it's not in the house, right?
I cannot say what that little sliver that it is touching is.
Do you have any clue where Gary's phone was found in this case?
I do not.
Okay. So, I mean, you went through, and by the way, I want to talk about all these phone calls. your data. How do I make this full screen again? I'm sorry.
Slideshow from current site. From current site.
Where?
Yep.
Right here? Oh, right. I'm learning. Okay. So all your data extraction. Here's what I want to know. They talked on the phone a lot. Yes?
Yes.
I mean, you do a lot of phone extractions. Yes?
Yes.
Or you used to, at least back in
The
2018.
physical extraction?
Yes. Not now, but back before you were a commander.
Previously, yes.
Sure. Back then in 2018.
I did not extract devices.
Okay. But you've done a lot of this work, right? Because I believe
Analysis.
you've been qualified as an expert.
Absolutely, in analysis, I have done a lot of this work.
All right. So this is a lot of phone calls, yes? Between two individuals over a 6-month period? 3,478 phone calls, yes?
That is the total.
Like, more than the average person would call somebody, yes?
I don't know what the average person calls and texts. I mean, this is total communication too. So
I mean, how many phone calls a day does that average out over 6 months? You got a calculator, you can do it.
can you tell me how many days are in 6 months?
What's that?
How many days are in 6 months?
Oh, I don't know. 365 divided by 2, I guess.
What, these months?
I don't know. I'm not a scientist, so I'm never in exacts.
Okay.
That's why I became a lawyer.
Okay, we're gonna say there's 82.5 days,
Okay.
and you want to know how many calls that comes out to?
Yeah.
Over 42 calls a day, or contacts a day.
You say contacts. So
Could
that's
be.
text messages. Okay. So that's not just phone calls.
Correct.
Okay. Contacts. That's 42 contacts a day. That's a lot of contacts, yes?
Depends what your definition is of
Okay.
law. I mean,
I'll let the jury decide that
Okay.
one. But they had a lot of contact. They still had contacts between 11 and 3 a.m. 18 of those in just this period.
Correct.
You didn't go back into 2014 when they met
I don't have records.
or when
for
they
that.
started dating.
I didn't have records for that
Okay.
time.
Did you look?
For records,
Yeah.
I used the records that were given to me.
Okay. Did you go back into 2017? Could you have? I mean, it looks like you did for some of this stuff.
The records that were given me, I believe, went back to July of 2017.
Right, but you only did 6 months. You didn't do the full year. Why?
I felt 6 months was a far enough range of data.
Okay. All right. Melody and Rusty communication by hour of day, 6 month time span. You know, got to get these. What are the number of you got 295, 240? What do these numbers mean?
That's the number of contacts.
On average for that time of day,
That's the exact number of contacts at those specific times.
when you take all the contacts across 6 months, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, how did you add all this up? Did you do it with a calculator? What did you do?
So again, we use Penlink, a software, and ingest the records in, and in there I'm able to use statistical reports to say, you know, I'm interested in breakdown by day a week, by hour of day. So it helps me with this type of analysis for
Okay,
large
and-
amounts of data.
Again, you do not work for Penlink, correct?
I do not.
And you have not been. You're not an expert in Penlink.
I am not an expert in Penlink.
It's just a software. You hit download, and it spits out this report. Yes.
I created the report within the software. It doesn't just spit it out for me. I have to give it parameters. I have to give it date ranges. I have to choose my phone number.
Right, but you put it in, and it made this report, not you.
The software.
The software. That's what
Absolutely.
the software.
It reads the records and produces these numbers.
Right. You didn't sit here and you didn't draw this out. It did. The software.
Right, the software.
Okay. So let me get this correct. You did not do a geofence on Scott's phone.
A geofence was for the specified area in the geographic region, and 3 devices returned within that geofence.
So by no fault of your own, there was no geofence data on Scott.
Correct. He did not return within the virtual fence.
Right.
His telephone.
Because you're talking about a Google geofence,
That's
right?
correct.
So could it be that his phone wasn't a Google phone?
That is correct. He had an iPhone.
Right. So then it wouldn't be within that fence, right?
I mean, there's Google applications that could still be running on an Apple phone, but there was no return for the specified date and time within that geographic location that returned Scott's device.
But y'all could have gone out and looked for stuff like that for his device. There's different geofences used by different companies.
Yes, sir. And we didn't need to do a geofence because we knew his phone number, so records were obtained for his device.
But you don't have that very tight location like you do for Gary's phone. Wouldn't that have been helpful?
That really would be helpful.
Okay. And or Melody's phone. You don't have that kind of information.
Just cell site location, and that, again, based upon factors of the device, location services, and we were able to get cell tower information on one of the devices.
Okay. But you had these phones, you did dumps, you were looking into them, and you could have said, all right, well, this phone uses Yahoo Maps a lot. You could probably have gotten from Yahoo a geofence, yes?
You know, I don't know what companies do geofences. Google is the most common that is used.
Okay. But it's a step that you could have taken. You could have gone another step further and looked into these apps to get more information on the phone of Scott Farris and Melody Farris and where they were. Yes?
Well, my role in this is, again, when records are obtained, I analyze them. So I'm not the one out there creating the search warrants and fetching the data. I analyze the records that are maintained or obtained.
Okay, so those records were never given to you, yes?
Correct.
Correct. But it would have been possible with those phones and those applications that more data could have been gathered to give to you to analyze. Yes?
So specifically, like you said, Yahoo, I'm not familiar of a geofence of any other company.
I'm just using that as an example.
Okay. I am only familiar with Google geofences.
Like DoorDash. I like DoorDash, right? So DoorDash probably has a geofence at this point, I imagine. You could use something like that.
I am unfamiliar with any DoorDash geofence.
Okay. Are you aware that in 2023, Google discontinued this service? Are you aware of that?
I do know there was talks about them encrypting their data.
Okay, and making it so that you had to get it from the phone and not from them. Yes?
I did. I read articles about that.
All right, so now you can't do it this way anymore in the year 2024 the way you did it back in 2018.
I don't know if it is officially gone yet, but I did hear that Google will be encrypting their data based upon the size of storage they were paying.
Okay. I want to talk briefly about the activity. Going back to 9/7, 9/30, this was when Melody was at the hedonism resort.
That's when the device connected to a Wi-Fi in the name of hedonism.
Okay. And then on 9/30, she was in Nashville, Tennessee.
Based upon the sequence of events in the device, it appears she traveled to Nashville.
I believe you mentioned something about a baby shower.
Yes, it appeared the following day was a baby shower.
Right. Emily was having a baby around that time. They were in town for a baby shower, I guess, right?
It appears so.
Okay. And then 7/3, obviously the date of this case, right?
The date of interest, yes.
Date of interest, yes. All right, so you're telling me that there's more activity at the hedonism resort and then at a baby shower event than when y'all are alleging that she somehow killed Gary and drug his body to a burn pile and burned him. You're telling me there's more activity on these other dates than those dates?
So what's interesting about the September 7th, 2017 date is there was, again, no activity on the phone for days prior. And then when the phone connects to Wi-Fi, there is a large amount of activity that is dumped during this hour. So again, I cannot speak to...
So then that would make this to be some kind of a misnomer on your graph.
I only speak to the records that were given.
Okay,
So the
all right.
records were given in the exact...
Well, then how about 9:30? How about 9:30 then? Let's talk about the baby shower.
Oh, okay, absolutely, yes. That activity was heightened on that date during this hour.
Okay. More than 7/3.
Absolutely. All I can speak to is the sequence of events in the phone again. There was text messages back and forth between her and Amanda coordinating possibly going out in Nashville.
That's all I have, Judge.
All right, we ready?
During the time that Gary's device location changes at 7:58 a.m. to 9:05 a.m., moving from the woods to the left of the home into the home, was Scott's device in the location of the house at this time?
No.
Where was the location of Scott's device?
In the northern area near Lake Lanier.
Like Forsyth County, like North Forsyth County, Dawson County area?
Yeah.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
No follow-up.
All right, you sit down. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Just, can we have just one more? Can we approach?
Are we doing...
We'll call Martha Jane.
All right. Let's take short, because this is going to probably go an hour-ish, maybe.
Probably, yes.
Yeah. So let's take a short break, and then after this witness, we'll break for lunch. So it may go an hour and a half.
Shane?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, and I know that we've had previous motions on this matter to exclude this witness, but at this time the defense would request a mistrial. It has become evident and clear that Martha Jane Barton has broken the rule of sequestration, and she has watched court TV and various apps and YouTube, and it has controlled what testimony that she is about to testify to today. She has seen every bit of this trial, and she is going to come forth and she is going to so taint this trial in front of that jury that my client cannot receive a fair trial. She is so prejudiced that we cannot overcome it. So at this point, Your Honor, I would simply ask for a mistrial.
Judge, I think you've already ruled on this. It's not, if there is a violation, first of all, she was on each party's witness list. She was never subpoenaed by either party. There was an informal agreement that if we needed her, she could testify by Zoom. No one technically did anything to make her a witness. She was mentioned, so I don't think she's in a technical violation of the rule of sequestration, but I trust that she's going to be so candid and authentic when she testifies. I'm not concerned about the court charging however the court would like. I think any motion for a mistrial is not right, and also, as the court has already discussed and entertained and heard the law, that any type of violation of the rule of sequestration would go to the weight and credibility of the witness and would not go to the admissibility. I understand that the defense does not want Martha Jane to testify in front of this jury, and I clearly understand the concern that they have with that, but that ultimately would be a question for the jury, not for the parties.
I think we established previously that no one actually had subpoenaed her. Is that correct?
That's right. We didn't subpoena her.
And no one, and no one specifically gave her any instruction on what she could or could not do as far as watching any of the events.
To my knowledge, no, Your Honor, but I can put her under oath and we could ask her also.
Well, that's probably a good idea. Let's do that.
All right. Ms. Martha, would you can stay seated. Don't get up. Raise your right hand if you would, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Ms. Martha, state your full name for the record.
Martha Jane Barton.
We're going to ask you some preliminary questions, not going into the other stuff, but in all fairness, the judge and the attorneys would like to know, did you ever receive a subpoena in this case?
No.
No one served you with any documents or anything?
No.
I think you talked to our office with Ms. Frankish one time over the phone.
I did.
A couple of weeks beforehand. Mm-hmm. Outside of that, did you talk to any of the defense attorneys?
No. And
did you hear from anyone else in the case about this case prior to trial?
I have not.
That's all I have to say.
All right. Okay, any additional argument, Mr. Weaver?
Additional argument, as this issue of having to be under subpoena for sequestration, I don't think the law is actually clear on that, so we do not accept that that is what we must follow. Of course, that can be taken up in another court at a different time, but we still, of course, object to that premise by the court. And furthermore, if she is allowed to testify, we are requesting, and we need to put this on the record, we are requesting a charge to read to the jury before her testimony, letting the jury know that she broke the rule of sequestration, and she has watched this trial, and you are to determine the weight and the credibility of the witness.
Judge, may I reply?
No, that's all right. She was a potential witness, a named witness, but was never served a subpoena. It probably would have been best for her to receive some instruction to not watch the proceedings, although I don't know that that is another issue that none of us have gone through before, and maybe next time we will do it a little bit differently. But there was definitely no intentional violation by the state that would justify a mistrial. I'm not inclined to grant a curative instruction or anything saying that she violated any rule of sequestration, since she was not informed that she could not contact anyone or watch the proceedings or anything. I will let y'all cross-examine her to the extent that y'all wish to about any or all of that. And I'm not going to restrict any of that. Y'all can ask her any questions about anything that she's seen or where she got her information from or any of that stuff is fair game. But I think it's appropriate for cross. Y'all can ask her that she knew that she could potentially be as a witness, and that whether or not she thought it was a good idea to watch it, or any of that kind of stuff, I think is fair game.
Judge, we've learned from this too, because we notified the ones on our list that we provided the defense about not contacting anything outside of that.
I haven't instructed a single witness as they left the stand to not watch the proceedings on. So, and I probably should have done that. So,
We did tell them, so we told them.
anyway, we'll do it all differently maybe next time we have one of these. All right. Anything else?
That's all, Your Honor.
All right, bring them in.
And Judge, just for the record, I will re-swear in.
Yes, that's fine. And ma'am, you can just scoot up just a little bit. You don't have to lean into the microphone. It'll get you if you just stay about that distance. And there's a Bible over there if you want to use it on the corner.
Oh, okay.
There's water.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Focus, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. This time, state calls Martha Jane Barton. Ms. Barton, you can remain seated. Just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm that the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Put your hand down. Ms. Martha, I want you to get comfortable. I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions, and when I'm done, the defense counsel is going to ask you questions. I think it's going to be Mr. Ray that's going to ask questions. If you can't hear what we say or anything like that, just let me know, okay?
Okay.
Tell this jury your full name for us, please.
Martha Jane Barton.
And spell your name for us, if you would, please.
B as in boy. A-R-T-O-N.
And don't give me your address, but tell me the city you're from.
Tullahoma, Tennessee.
You're going to have to spell Tullahoma for us.
Tullahoma.
Miss Martha, tell the jury about how big of a city Tullahoma is.
It's about 18,000, maybe a few more.
And how old are you today?
84.
84. How long have you lived in Tullahoma?
Practically all my life.
Do you consider it your home?
Oh, yes.
Now, if I asked you how many people in Tullahoma you know, how many you think you know?
Well, not as many as I used to, but I'm sure it'll come out. I worked at a bank, the same bank, for over 53 years. And growing up there, I know quite a few. And if I don't know the person, I probably know their parents and grandparents.
Now, Tullahoma, how many stoplights and things like that? They have big stores, little stores?
We're growing. we have several stoplights, and we're growing with stores that we have a Publix, Hobby Lobby, Marshall's, Ulta. We have a Ross.
You have an Aldi's?
An Aldi.
Okay.
Of course, Kroger's.
And
Several banks.
several banks. Now, is it my understanding that you like purses and shoes?
Who told you that? Yes, I do.
Okay. What type of brand of purses do you like?
I guess I have more Michael Kors, but I have.
You have a lot.
Yeah, I have a lot. I
And
have too many.
Now, when you're in Tullahoma, do you have an opportunity to go out much these days? Or
Not now. For about, with COVID, and then since then I've had a lot of health issues, and so I don't get to go out.
Would you just tell the jury about? I know you have some heart issues. Just briefly, what kind of heart issues have you had? I'm going to ask you some questions later on, but just tell us about that.
Open heart surgery with aorta valve replacement, and then about a week later I had to have a pacemaker put in. And I still have heart issues. I have another valve that's giving me problems now. I've had COVID twice. Since then, I've developed COPD and emphysema, and that's why my voice is like it is. I also have macular degeneration and have to have injections in my eyes.
Okay. Did you take your medicine today?
Pardon?
Did you take your medicine today?
I did.
All right. If I start going too fast, sometimes I get going fast. Just raise your hand and I'll slow down. All right.
Okay.
Tell me, what kind of education do you have?
1 year of college.
What did you study in college?
Well, actually, I meant to study psychology in the first year. I didn't, and then I quit and went to work at the bank. We were neighbors to the people that back then, they owned the bank. And so one day I was in there, and the president of the bank asked me if I'd like a job. So I took the job and stayed.
When you started working at the bank, what kind of job did you start with, and what did you end up doing?
Oh, well, back then you started posting accounts. And
What's posting accounts? I don't know what that means.
well, checks and deposits, the people's checks
Okay.
and their deposits, and all the accounts are everything was done like a ledger, like A's and B's and C's and D's, like that. So
Like a book ledger, old paper ledger?
oh no, you had a cardboard, a heavy piece of paper that you'd put down in the machine, and so you would put in the checks to take off and add the deposits. And then I went from that to running the proof machine, which
A proof machine?
which proves the work that goes through.
Okay.
Then started as teller. Then I went to being over all the tellers and over the vault. Went then to doing just CDs and IRAs. And then the last, I think 16 years, I was a branch manager.
Okay, you managed the bank? Did you enjoy that?
I did.
Did you like working at the bank?
I did. I like being with people.
Are you a people person?
I am.
Now, did you work, you said 53 years at the bank? Is that pretty much the main place that you worked?
I started out at the old building. They built a new one. And then after that, I went down to the branch. So actually, I worked in 3 different buildings.
How many people kind of were employed when you started, and how many people did it grow to the bank?
Oh, we started out with probably 10 or so, maybe 12. And there were over 40 when I left.
Did you know them all?
And I did. That's how I know half of Tullahoma. They had worked at the bank at one time or another.
They come in and see you. Now, do you go by Martha Jane sometimes too?
Mostly Martha. Yeah, Martha Jane's fine.
Okay. Now, I've heard that you go by something else. I was just told, Miss Monica told me this morning, I think I caught it yesterday when we were talking, but do you go by Marty also?
Marnie.
Okay. Is that, how do you distinguish when someone calls you Martha Jane versus Marty? What's that mean to you?
Martha Jane is the people that I knew a long, long time ago, family.
Okay.
When my nephew was born and he just turned 59, and his mother and daddy referred to me as Aunt Martha or Aunt Martha Jane, he started calling me Marnie. And so really for about 13 years, his sister wasn't born until he was almost 13. And he wouldn't let anybody else call me Marnie. He said, she's my Marnie, not yours. So then when his sister was born, he let her call me that. And so then, well, Roy and I had already married, and then when the grandchildren came along, I insisted that they call me Marnie.
Now, has some people referred to you as MJ? You ever heard that?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm going to probably call you Miss Martha, if that's okay.
It's okay.
All right. What church do you go to?
Church of Christ.
How big is that? How big is the congregation?
About 175.
And is this a church where it's a lot of family and people you relate to?
No,
Okay.
a few, but not really. It's church family.
At one point, did Rusty go there?
He did.
Yeah, we know who Rusty is. So
Yes.
I'm going to refer to Roy Barton Jr. as Rusty.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when it comes to your health, did you have to have some surgeries, open heart surgery?
I did in
How many of those?
2014.
In 2014?
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you go to get that done?
St. Thomas, Nashville.
How'd they do? How'd they do with that? Was it good?
Oh yeah, it turned. Yeah,
And
except for having to have the pacemaker put in.
But your day-to-day life is now kind of the same since you're retired. You just try to take it easy.
Very. No, you don't set an alarm clock.
Now, Miss Martha, are you senile?
I hope not.
How's your memory these days?
Well, I went to my doctor about 3 months ago, and I thought I was having trouble remembering names.
Uh-huh.
And these were people's names that I had known years ago, and I'd think of them. And so when I went in, I told the nurse that I wanted some memory pills. And she said, well, he'll give you a memory test. Well, she actually did it. And it was 30 questions. And he came in the room and he said, Martha, why did you want that? You aced the test. So I said, well, I can't remember names. And he said, well, you're not around people. And these were people, I said, I was paid to remember names. And he said, well, those were people that you were in contact with every day. So he helped my feelings.
Oh, good. Who is, I want to talk about your late husband.
Okay.
And I know this
I
is
like to talk about it.
I know you do like to talk about Mr. Roy. So let's talk about Mr. Roy. Roy Barton Sr. If you would, just tell the jury when you met him. What year was that?
I had known him. My sister had worked with him several years before. And in 1975, I went to a class reunion, and he was there with another girl. And I promise you, I did not flirt with him. I did not, I don't even know, I mean, I know I spoke to him, but then that was on a Saturday night. Sunday afternoon, he called me. And my first thing, no, you know, you're going with someone else. And he assured me that they weren't in any permanent, steady, engaged relationship.
He wasn't going steady with her, huh?
No, but I still wouldn't go out. I said no. So he told me that he had come home talking about me, and Rusty, who I had known since he was a little boy because of coming in the bank, had said, Daddy, call Martha. And then he said, he just left, and he said, don't forget to call Martha. Well, I thought, well, if he said it was okay, you know, it was okay. But we still, he came out to my house, and we talked on the phone for 2 or 3 weeks.
What year did y'all get married?
70. We married in 75.
75. How old
Oh
was
yeah, when we got started, he was very pushy about. He proposed, and
How long were y'all married?
almost 39 years.
And how old was Rusty when y'all got
He
married?
was 22 or 23.
And did Rusty live with y'all in the beginning?
He did.
And Rusty is he, I guess technically your stepson, but are you close to him?
I am.
Do you love him?
I do. He's been very good to me.
Are you? How's it going to be when you have to talk to him again?
I don't know.
Not looking forward to that?
I'm not.
Now, I want to ask you some questions. Melody Walker Farris here. Do you see her in court today?
I do.
Do you love her?
I do.
I want to ask you some things about her. But can you tell the jury, I think you described it as you were from a small family. What's that mean when you were from small? When it relates to how you take Kay Walker and Melody? How's that work?
My mother only had one brother, and my daddy didn't have any children, brothers and sisters. So mother's brother had one daughter who was Melody's mother.
That's Kay Walker?
Kay.
All right.
She was my only first cousin, and we were very close, very, very close. I loved her like a sister.
Was there a time that you and were living and Kay and Melody came to the house and lived a little bit, or not in your house, but did Kay live with your family at some point?
No.
And was there a time that even when you were older that you would spend time with Melody?
Oh yes. When I first started working at the bank, Well, I didn't marry until I was 35. So when Melody was born, I was 20. And then when they moved to Nashville, the bank would be closed on Thursday. So very often I would go down on Wednesday night and stay on Thursday with them, and sometimes even go for the weekend.
Miss Martha, do you like Willie Nelson?
I do.
When's the last time you saw Willie Nelson in concert?
When Melody came and took me to see him in Atlanta.
Do you remember
Or
what year
Alpharetta.
that? Remember what year that was?
It was probably 2017, 2018. Gary hadn't died.
Was it a good concert?
Oh, yes.
Would y'all do things like that often? Just go and do
No,
stuff?
that's the only time we ever went to a concert.
And who went with you to that one? Was it just you and Melody, or?
Amanda and Chad, and then a friend of, it was a couple that was a friend of theirs.
Amanda, her daughter, and Chad Bruce, her now husband?
Mm-hmm.
How would you describe the defendant's, Melody's, Melody's energy level?
She was like my mom, my grandmother, which had been her great grandmother.
How so?
My mom was never still, and Melody wasn't. She worked. She kept a good house. Her yard was southern living, and when she would come up to my house, she would do things for me.
What type of things?
The time she brought her power washer and washed the patio, the front sidewalk. She did all my patio furniture. She repainted it. She helped me clean out. We have a separate garage, and we got a dumpster, and she helped me clean that out after my husband died.
Melody's family, right?
She is family.
Would you welcome her could she come into your house even when you weren't there?
Oh yeah,
Did she have a key to your house?
She did.
Did you try to limit her access to your house in any way?
No, she was very good to come up at, my husband had one stroke, and he got better from that. But he also was diagnosed with Parkinson's. And then he had several sick spells, and where he'd be in and out of the hospital. And then he had a second stroke and had to go to the hospital and never came back. But she came and took me to Nashville for my doctor's appointments. And my cardiologist in Tullahoma arranged for me to have as many things done in Tullahoma as I could. He knew the situation. I had been a patient of his, my mother and my husband had. And so for convenience sake, but for those things that I had to have done, she took me to Nashville for that.
Because of her energy level, did you ever say to her she needed to get her thyroid checked?
I did. She was the Energizer Bunny.
Does she like to clean?
She does.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most immaculate, loves to clean, and 1 being as dirty as you can be, where would you put her on her
10 and a half.
Now, did you know Gary Farris?
I did.
What'd you think about him?
I like Gary.
How many years did you know him?
Well, since I got married.
So about 38 or so?
you know, we went for periods of time that we weren't around them as often, but we went down for when Chris and Scott was born. Of course, then they moved to Birmingham, and during that period, we didn't see them as often. But no, I was very fond of Gary.
Was Gary good to you, bad to you, or something else?
He was always nice. He came to Tullahoma to visit us a few times. Of course, she came more, but no, he came too.
How would you describe how Melody felt about Gary?
In later years, they were distant.
Ms. Martha, let me ask you a little bit more straightforward. How would you describe the word, what would you use to describe her heart feelings towards Gary at the end of their marriage?
There was no love there.
When Melody would come see you in Tullahoma, would she stay with you or somewhere else?
She stayed with me as far as I know.
How much did you see her interact with Rusty?
I didn't. You know, when Roy was in the hospital, there would be times that he would be sicker and she would, you know, with my health, this was before surgery, she would say, you know, you go on home and I'll stay. And a little while, and Rusty would be there.
Did you know about them?
No. And
I'm not going to ask you anything more.
okay.
Now, I think you were able to talk to law enforcement twice in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you able to go back and listen to? I wanted you to listen to those recordings. Did you listen to those?
I did.
Did you remember much of what was said in, or had you forgotten some of it?
After I heard it, I remembered. I didn't before.
Do you remember when I think was the first law enforcement that came out and talked to you, was it the TBI?
It was.
How were they? I think that was July 6th of 2018.
I don't know what date, but they came.
Would it be
It was at night.
after what was going on with Gary?
Yes.
Okay. Just tell the jury, how were they with you?
They were very nice. They mostly asked personal things, you know.
Do you remember it was a tall, a short guy about my size and a tall lady? Do you remember them?
I do.
Do you remember their names? I didn't actually remember names.
I do not remember their names.
Were they mean to you?
No.
Okay, I'm just asking. Now, when you talk to
They
them,
were kind
go ahead.
No, they weren't mean.
Were,
I mean,
were you nervous?
I was nervous.
You ever talked to law enforcement like that before?
In the bank, a lot of times, or I wouldn't say a lot of times, but on occasion, we would have an officer, an FBI agent come in and flip his badge over to you to ask something, and it was like, yes, sir, you know, what can I do for you?
Now, you were a little hesitant to talk to law enforcement about what happened to Gary, what you knew.
I was.
Tell the jury why you were hesitant.
I had been told that an attorney had told me not to talk.
Who specifically told you not to talk to law enforcement?
Melody told me that the attorney told her.
But did you end up talking to them? Did you talk to them when they were there?
I did.
Did you know any facts or details what had happened to Gary the first time you talked to the two?
No.
Did anyone tell you facts and details about what had happened at that time?
They told me what I suggested wasn't true.
And what at that time did you know? When you
I
talked,
knew that he had died in a burn pile.
did you know anything about a bullet?
No,
Did Rusty give you information?
no,
Did
not then.
and did you talk in detail with Rusty about what happened?
No,
Did you talk in detail with Melody about what happened?
she would not really in detail. No, I never asked the details because she insinuated that they, had just found him. So I thought I believed her.
You had no other reason to? You had no other evidence, right?
No.
Judge, this time on the tender evidence states M. Barton 1 through 16, if there's no objection. All the exhibits. 1 through 16.
All right, amen.
Ms. Martha Jane, I'm going to put up on this is something that you provided us very recently. Can you see this?
Can you read it?
Let me give you a. May I approach Ms. Martha?
I can see it here.
You can say it, please.
Oh, yeah.
Let me give this. It may be easier. Now, this is a piece of paper that you gave to us. Is that right?
Right. They had asked me, the Cherokee people had asked me about the phone calls. And I had told, so I went back on my phone, it's there, and looked back to see when I had when the dates that we had talked. And I went back to July the 4th.
Okay, is that first one?
I had no idea that it happened the 3rd. So I went back on the 4th, and on that first occasion, I had called her about a recipe.
Hobo beans?
Yeah. I didn't know if you drained the beans or not. I was going to make it to take to a church on July the 4th. They were going to do hot dogs and hamburgers, and we were going to take sides.
Okay.
So I thought, well, that'll be a good recipe, but I didn't know if you needed to drain the beans. And that was my conversation.
And then these are the other dates that you
Then
found in your
these
record?
were the others. She had called on the 5th twice,
Okay.
and that was from her phone. And then the 6th, she called me from Jackie's phone.
All right.
And then the 6th from Amanda, 6th from Jackie,
All right.
7th, twice on the 7th from Jackie, twice on the 8th from Amanda, and on the 9th from Amanda.
All right. And then you put this down on,
I
wrote it
just,
on the back of one of your
I had
box of stuff,
ordered
looks like.
something, hadn't I? Imagine that. But I did this because they had asked, and I didn't know if they'd come back. And of course, the phone doesn't hold that forever.
Now, because of rules of evidence and things like that, we tend to listen to the recordings and things like that. But I noticed that you remember when the TBI was there on July 6th in July, the first time you talked to them, when they were leaving, you asked somebody about, you asked them, did they know a Jason? Remember that?
I did.
Who's Jason?
He's an investigator for Coffee County. I know him. I know his mother. I know his grandparents. I knew his aunt and uncle. And so
You just had
I just said, do you know Jason Denby? And, oh yeah, they knew him.
They knew. Now, on, I believe, July 10th of 2018, the second date, after you talked to the TBI, some detectives from Cherokee County, Georgia, came out and talked to you. Do you remember
They
that?
did. They did.
Do you remember Detective Hayes?
I remember the name.
Remember Pope and Hayes?
I do.
What was Detective Pope like?
Well, he was nice.
Did you have a good conversation?
I thought so.
Were you still under the same impression that you weren't supposed to be talking to him?
I was.
Did you talk to him though?
I did.
You didn't know much more details though?
Oh, I didn't know anything else.
Now, I want to ask you, and it's okay, I want you to just tell the jury, have you been watching the trial on TV?
I don't get up until about 10 in the morning, and you all are an hour ahead of us. So I would usually start about, now this was, well, first of all, your office called me and asked me some questions and told me, or asked me if I knew the trial was starting. That was a shock.
Okay.
I did not know that. So that's the way I knew it was going to be on, but I didn't know.
You talking about weeks before the trial when we talked?
Right,
Okay.
right. Well, then someone called me and told me I didn't know about Court TV, and they told me. So I looked and looked and finally found that may not even have been the first day.
How'd you look?
I have a Kindle, and I Googled.
Well, Miss Martha, that's not true, is it? You don't have a Kindle. How many Kindles you got?
Well, I have two. I have two of everything.
Did you bring the two with you
I did.
to read? All right. So did you Google it or something?
I Googled Court TV, Melody Walker Farris, Cherokee County, and I finally found, and I don't even know what the first was, and like I said, this would have been after 10 o'clock.
How much of the trial have you, now,
I did, and then let's see, this is the third week, is it?
yes ma'am.
I didn't watch any after I talked to you all.
Talking about last week?
Yeah.
Did we tell you to stop watching? Mm-hmm. Okay. Up to that point, had anybody told you not to watch it?
No.
Okay. And did you see Rusty testify?
I saw part of his testimony.
How did that make you feel?
Disappointed.
After seeing Rusty testify, did you make a phone call to Cherokee County?
I did.
Who did you call?
Well, I Googled Cherokee County Detention Center, and it came up 3 names, sheriff and their number. I don't remember the second, and then the criminal investigator, and I called that number.
How were you feeling when you called that number?
Awful. I had a heavy, heavy heart.
Did you sleep the night before?
I have worried about this for a long time.
Do you remember I think that was last Friday, October 18th. Is that when you called? Today's
I
Friday.
believe so. I believe it was a week ago today.
Now, I have around 10 o'clock our time, so it'll be about 9 o'clock your time. Is that about right? Do you remember who you talked to at the sheriff's office?
Detective Hand.
Hand? Hand, thank you. Now, how was he to you?
He was very nice. He told me his name. I didn't even tell him my name. I think I started out with, I have a heavy heart. And then I told him that I had a gun that was missing. And then
Let me
he
talk.
asked me my name.
Yes, ma'am. Let me talk to you about some guns. I want to talk about. Now, Roy Sr. was a jokester, wasn't he?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention, I believe, and you tell me if it's not right or if it's around that time. I want to turn your attention to, well, before I get there, did you buy Mr. Roy a certain type of pistol?
I did. I bought him a .357 Magnum.
Do you remember what year you bought that pistol for him?
No. No, I don't.
Do you remember
It would have been.
what decade are we dealing with?
It would have been probably in the early 80s.
Okay. You remember where you got it from?
No, probably, but I don't remember exactly. We had a gun shop out of Winchester, which was a neighboring town. A Ray Judge that everybody went and bought guns from. And so you men have a way of hinting and telling what you want. This was the second gun that I had bought there for him. And the first, I got my uncle, Melody's grandfather, to go with me to buy a Remington. I should know, I knew 1100, I think. You dove hunt with it.
Okay.
And you can skeet shoot with it.
Now, did Mr. Roy like to hunt?
Oh, yes. Yes.
What kind of hunt did he like to do?
Well, turkey, dove, deer. When he was growing up, squirrels and rabbits.
Did he and Rusty ever go hunt together?
They did. He went. They dove hunted every year. They deer hunted, turkey hunted, and then they made 3 trips to Canada, black bear and caribou.
You told me yesterday, I think, well, the first time you and I ever met in person.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And was I nice to you? Was I nice to you?
You were very nice.
Okay. And you told me about Mr. Roy had a long shot one time. What was that?
Oh, it was over 600 yards for a caribou.
Where was that at? You remember what country?
In Newfoundland.
Now, at some point, now I want to turn your attention to, I believe, maybe 1979 at Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Going back to Mr. Roy being a kind of a kid or a jokester, did you get a unique Christmas gift that year?
I did.
Was Rusty there?
Yes.
First of all, tell us how you would celebrate Christmas with a different family. What was y'all's procedure?
Christmas Eve, we celebrated with Roy's mother and daddy. And then on Sunday before Christmas, we would celebrate with his children. And then as they had grandchildren or had children. And then on Christmas Day with my family. And this particular year, Roy gave me, and he had gone and wrapped this. I know he took the paper at his mother's because my Christmas presents were wrapped that matched the tree. And this was his red and white paper. And he gave me the box, and it was heavy. And I opened it up, and there was a gun on top, but there was a brick in the box. And he had the gun. Well, of course, he had to tell me what kind it was.
Okay, what kind of gun was it?
It was a .38 special, and he said it was called a Saturday night special. Saturday night.
Was it a long barrel or short barrel?
Short.
How short?
Oh, it was this. It was very short, and he told me that I could use it. It was for my protection.
And when you got the gun, did Mr. Roy do anything else with the bullets?
He had rolled up $100 bills, and they were rolled up about like a toothpick and stuck in each cartridge. And of course, he joked that that's the only way he could get away giving me a gun. And that's probably all I saw.
Now, this pistol, did it have a holster?
It didn't then, but he got a holster for it.
What kind of holster was it?
It was just a leathery looking, it wasn't a thick leather, very slick, and it didn't have the belt on it. It was just to put the gun in, so that he wanted me to keep it in my closet. In our bedroom, his closet was on his side, mine was on mine, and he kept his .357 Magnum in his and wanted me to keep mine in mine.
And
I never did touch or hold it. I kept mine under my nightstand
the
where no one
38?
could see it.
You talking about the .38 pistol?
Uh-huh.
But the holster was a leather holster?
It was.
Miss Martha, you said Mr. Roy kept his gun on his side in his closet?
In his closet.
When you called law enforcement, you told them this information you're telling us now, is that right?
Yes.
I had to look it up because I didn't know. Tell them how you described your closet.
Fibber McGee's, and you all may not know, it's an old cartoon, and if you open your closet door, you're liable to get hit in the head with something.
Now let me go back. Your husband, ma'am, I'm sorry, when did he pass away?
2014.
And Mr. Roy did he get sick around that time, or is it a little before?
The day that I went to Nashville to schedule my surgery, he had a second stroke, and from that time on, he was either in the hospital or nursing home.
And would you have to go to doctor's visits and things around that time too?
Mm-hmm.
Did, at some point after Mr. Roy passed away, did Melody come up, or during that time, was she helping you go to the doctor's appointment?
She did.
Was she staying with you during these times?
She did.
Now, after Mr. Roy passed away, tell the jury what you did with the .357 Magnum pistol, Roy's pistol, and your .38 pistol, special. Tell the jury what you did with it.
In one of our spare bedrooms, I had it wasn't a cedar chest, but it was a chest type that had quilts, sheets, that sort of thing. And I took those guns and put them in the chest. There was a TV on top of the chest. I don't remember, but I put a lot of stuff on top of the chest so that I didn't think anybody would look in the chest. It was too much trouble.
Did you personally put those in there?
I did.
Just those two guns?
Just those.
Let me show you some photographs. This is the first one in Barton 1.1. Do you recognize, did we come up and pick you up to come to court today?
Yes,
And were you there when they were able to take some photographs of this?
I was.
Tell the jury what this is a photograph of.
This is a gun safe that we have. And I guess because those guns had been upstairs and Roy wanted them for my protection, I put them in the chest instead of in the gun safe.
This is photograph 2 for you. Did you also find some 38 special ammunition?
I did.
Is this the box that looked like?
Yes.
Do you remember what all ammunition you had for the 38 special through the years?
On my shells that were there, it was a box that had a TGY, which is an old, I mean, it hadn't been in business forever. And that's where my shells came from. But they weren't there.
And this is the shells that they opened up while you were there?
Yes.
And that's 4. And then this is Ms. Barton. In Barton 5, those are the box of shells?
Yes.
Judge, I think I've tendered all those in, but I'm going to tender 5 in too.
All right. Objection?
No.
So moved.
Then 6, did the 38 special pistol, I'm going to ask you some questions later on, but just right at the moment, did the pistol go missing?
It did.
Did you start looking for things in your house?
I did.
How much did you tear your house up and things in the house looking for it?
Oh, well, I knew that it was only upstairs. And I looked everywhere. Closets, dressers, chests.
Do you have how many, you don't have any children, ma'am?
I don't.
But you have a niece and nephew are close to you?
I do.
And then, is it Jennifer?
Yes.
Did she encourage you to look before you came down here for us?
Yes.
Did you go back and look through the house again?
We did a complete search.
Does Jennifer love you?
She does.
She want to make sure you look through the house?
Yeah.
Now this is,
Even said, she called and said, how did you know it was a 38? Well, Roy told me.
now this is number 6 for you. It's a photograph of a sock. See that?
I do.
You know whose sock that is?
I don't know whose sock it is. I'm sure it's Roy's. There were some shells down in it, and he would, of course, he had 4 to 11 hunting coats, and hunting, he had a backpack and everything else that you could imagine for hunting.
Did you find anything in his pockets in the hunting clothing?
Yeah, I found that, and peppermint candy. He was so afraid he'd get a coughing spell that he'd always carry peppermint candy with him.
Judge, I'm telling you, this in Barton 8, which I thought previously too, just for the record.
All right. Any objection?
No,
All right. So moved.
And Ms. Martha, this is the sock with the bullets that you found in there.
Right.
Did you find any other ammunition for a 38 special in your house?
No.
But you said some were missing? Were some bullets or ammunition missing?
Mine that went with my gun, he bought me a box of shells to go with my gun,
Okay.
and they were missing.
So it's not those box of.
No, because it was.
Do you remember the
that
brand of the one?
TGY, which was in the mall, and he just went there and bought the shells for me, but they weren't there.
Do you know what brand they are?
No, I didn't know.
These are the bullets that you found in the sock in the photograph 8. 9, just the safe again. All right. What is this one?
That's a 357 Magnum.
That's Roy's gun.
Yes.
Now, in this photograph 11 for you,
Oh, no. No.
all right, I'll go.
You were supposed
All
to do a
right, Miss
close-up.
Miss Barton, I'm on 12 now. Just tell the jury what that room is.
Have you ever heard of a junk room? I'm trying to go through and get rid of, I'm gonna have to downsize. And I move things in there. But this is the chest at the end of the bed. Now, I've still got things piled on it, but I had a TV and I don't know what else. I would get, or I do get, my nephew Bruce, who is, he's 59, and sorry I told that Bruce. And then my Jennifer, my niece, is a little boy, 15, and so he carries things. They both carry things down and carry to Goodwill for me.
And as we go through this, tell the jury, this is photograph 13. Is it correct you moved your 38 and the 44, your gun and Roy's gun, you put them upstairs in this chest here, is that right, that we see in the photograph? Mm-hmm. Do you remember what year you put those up there?
Yes, it was 2019.
2019 that you put them up there?
No, it was 2019. No, I don't remember exactly. It was after Roy died that I put them up there. So it was after 2014
Okay.
that I put them in there. It was 2019 when I discovered they were missing.
Okay, that's what I want to.
The 38 was missing.
What I want to ask you is, and I'm going to show you a picture, I'm going to go back to it. This is number 13. This is number 14, the photograph. And then, let me back to 14. I'm sorry, Miss Martha. And then, this is 15, just kind of the contents of the chest. As we took them when these were taken recently, right?
Yes.
After the defendant was arrested in 2019, did you go upstairs to do something with the, I guess, TV and other stuff with this chest?
We were taking some things to Goodwill. And so we looked in the chest. And at that time, I had quilts and sheets. And I had it down under. And when we looked, just the 357 Magnum was there.
You said, was there a moment that Melody, before she was arrested, before everything happened with Gary, was there a time that she was at your house and you told her where some things were in your house?
There were, yeah, yes.
Do you remember how you described that to law enforcement, that moment? You said you had a certain type of moment.
When I told her, yes, she was there with Ella, her grandchild, and I mentioned some money that I had in a dresser, and that it was more or less that if I needed something, those things were there.
Did you talk about where your pistols were?
I just told her that the pistols were in there,
And Melody was that
in that chest.
And do you remember what year that was?
No. Oh, well, yes. It was the year that Emily got married because Ella came up
Now,
in 2016.
when you told the defendant, do you remember how you described that you had a certain type of moment when you told, I apologize, when you told Melody about that? Why did you have some hesitation now, looking back on when you told her?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, it's gone. I don't even know why. Melody and I were very close. She had come and done things for me during this period of time. And before that, she was the only child, baby in our family for 5 years. And my parents divorced when I was in about the 7th grade, and we moved in with my grandparents, who were her great-grandparents. So we had a closer connection because when her mother, grandparents came to see his mother and daddy, we were there. So we were very close.
Did you have
In fact, her grandfather gave me away at my wedding.
Now, outside of the defendant, I think you said Ella, did you tell anybody else where your pistol was?
No.
Specifically in that chest, did you tell anybody?
No.
Did you have a weak moment when you told her where some things were in your house?
I did.
Why was it weak?
Well, looking back on it, it was weak.
After you were watching Rusty testify, did you hear him and me ask him about guns in your home?
Yes.
When you heard that, what did you think?
Boing. I hope they.
Well, let me ask you this way. When you heard that, did you start thinking about the gun?
I thought you would call me. When the two different officers came to question me, they never, well, you heard the tapes, they never asked me if we had any guns. And that was kind of surprising because they seemed to know, about us. But
No one had asked you about
No
any
one.
missing pistols? After hearing Rusty testify, did anybody know you were calling law enforcement?
no, they didn't. It was, no. I just picked up I picked up the Kindle and
Was it weighing on you?
it had been heavy on my heart.
Did you feel like you just had to tell the jury about it?
I felt like it was the right thing to do.
Judge, I might just have one more.
Mr. Ray? Yes, please.
Ms. Barton, you just said that it was the right thing to do, right?
I did.
Okay. But you knew that gun was missing for the past 5 years.
Oh,
You just testified it was 2019.
yes, from, when I broke my arm and got out of she was arrested when I was broke my arm and foot.
I just asked you, 5 years later is the right time.
I was trying to figure out how long it'd been. Okay, 2019, yeah.
Okay. That's when it's the right time to let people know that the gun was missing. Right?
It had,
Right?
yes,
Okay. After you've watched a 3-week-long jury trial.
I did watch it every day and all of it.
Okay, let's go through. Who all did you watch? Did you watch Scott?
Part of it.
Okay. How about Chris?
A little bit.
Jenna?
Who?
Jenna?
No, I didn't see that.
Emily?
I saw part of Emily.
How about any of the experts? Dr. Atkinson,
Who was he?
medical examiner?
I saw part of him.
Right. How about the GBI agents that tested the bullets?
I may have seen that one.
Okay. How about Thrasher and all of the forensic people that were at the house?
I saw parts of those.
Back to some of this. So, in 2008. Let me get that. I just need you to testify from memory, okay?
Oh, okay.
If I need to refresh your memory, we will. But you talked to Melody while law enforcement was actually at their house, right?
No. They didn't come to my house until after 9 o'clock that night.
No, I know that. What I'm asking is when law enforcement was at Melody's house, Melody called you on her phone.
Oh, from her phone.
Correct.
Yes,
Yeah. And that would have been on July the 5th.
yes,
Okay. And you told law enforcement that Melody was crying when she spoke to you,
yes.
and that, in fact, her world had been turned upside down.
That's,
Correct?
it had, as far as I was concerned.
Now, going to what Melody never told you specifically not to talk to the police, right? She said their attorney told her to tell people.
She told me that the attorney told.
Melody's never told you anything to tell law
Oh,
enforcement?
no.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Now, you've known Gary was shot since 2018, correct?
And she said, yes. When I may have known he was shot.
Okay. Let me, just because you kind of on the fence, transcript. Man, I'm going to show you, this is not a certified transcript. This was prepared by the district attorney's office. What I want you to do, I'll point to a line.
Okay.
And this is where your testimony was. Now, the first thing you're going to want to do when I show it to you is start reading it out loud. I just
Okay.
need you to read it to yourself, okay?
That's right, you said testimony. Is this a preliminary or is this an interview?
No, this is an interview.
Okay, so it's not testimony.
Oh, sorry.
Right.
I meant transcript, I think.
Yes.
So, not a certified transcript. So, ma'am, so you see M. Barton, that's you up here. So if you read from there down to there.
Just to myself.
Yes, ma'am. So in that interview, you make the statement that at least someone had told you that Gary had been shot in 2018.
Right.
Okay. Now, do you also recall in that interview, I think Mr. Fogus asked you, did they provide you with both of the recordings of your interviews from the TBI and the...
Yes.
Okay, so you listened to both of those?
I did.
Do you recall talking with them and telling them where you came up with your own theory about what happened?
Did someone had come off the road and, yes. I did.
Someone had come off the road and encountered Gary?
Yeah, that
Okay.
to rob, something had happened.
And you also remember telling law enforcement that you didn't think Melody could do this because Gary was her livelihood.
I'm sorry.
It's my voice that's starting to go out. You remember stating to law enforcement that you didn't think Melanie could do this because Gary was her livelihood.
I didn't.
And in fact, you said that Melody did not know if they even had money, right? Melody didn't know how much money they had, where it was at, anything like that.
She didn't have any control over that.
Okay. Melody had nothing in her name.
Nothing.
Gary controlled all of the money.
Right.
Okay. And he controlled it with an iron fist somewhat, didn't he? To the best of your knowledge?
She was able to buy pretty much what she wanted, but the cards or whatever she used, the notice went directly to him, and he would know.
Yeah, he would know what she was buying when she bought it.
spent. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, moving on from that a little bit, you had also talked about you got a woman that cleans your house, right?
I do.
That she still cleans your house?
No.
Was she in 2018?
Yes, she came while Melody was there.
When did she stop cleaning?
Just before COVID, she had to have a hip replaced. And then, of course, COVID came, and then she had to have her other hip replaced.
How
So
often was she at your house? Between
Every other week.
2018 and
Every
2020? The cleaning lady?
Every other week.
Every other week, so twice a month?
Every other week.
Well, that'd be twice a month, would it?
Well,
I guess it's the same thing said different ways.
well, she just came every other week.
Every other
It
week,
did
okay.
better.
Every other week.
Yeah.
Now, you had this lady, and you actually told law enforcement that whenever you go into the nursing home, you're taking her with you.
Yeah, I did.
But you also
She takes care of me.
But you also had some complaints about her, right? She'd move stuff around when she cleaned.
Oh, she redecorated it.
And you said you couldn't even walk around your own house after she got done cleaning?
Oh, no, it wasn't that bad. It was just that she would just move. For instance, she comes and decorates for Easter and fall and Christmas. And I guess when she came Easter, she walked in and she said, "Oh, I've decided we're going to move this picture that was in the landing and one that was in the den," and she just took it and moved it. But she cleaned houses for the wealthy people in Tullahoma. Mm-hmm. They had a lot better taste than I did. And she knew, and I never complained about what she did.
Oh, no, I understand. But she did move things around in your house.
Just that. She wasn't in the closets.
You did state that she likes to get stuff out of the closet, right?
No, she didn't get out of the closet. When she first started cleaning, she did a cleaning of the closet, but she did get my clothes out for me when I broke my arm and foot and sent them to the nursing home. She thought I needed to wear, which I ended up wearing.
And that's fine. Do you stay at home with her while she's cleaning?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Either Roy was there most of the time.
Roy
Because I still work.
Yeah, you were still working at the bank.
Right.
Okay, so, even after Roy passed away in 2014, she continued to be there up until 2020, right?
Because you said she left at COVID.
Well, whenever it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
You also had talked to law enforcement a little bit about there had been a man break into your house.
Oh, that
Or
was
not a
like
man, I'll say there was
2010.
a boy had broken into your
Yeah,
house.
that was in 2010.
Okay. You also have a niece and nephew. I think your nephew is Jennifer, and I just know your nephew's last name is Brayton.
Bruce.
Bruce Brayton? Okay. Now, you had talked about Melody had a key to your house. Doesn't Jennifer and Bruce have keys to your house?
They do.
Okay. Who else has keys other than, I assume, the cleaning lady? Did she have a key?
I guess probably did. Roy was always there. I don't. She may have a key.
So let's just, and I'm talking, relevant time periods, 2018, 2019. So Melody's got a key, cleaning lady may have a key, Jennifer's got a key, Bruce has a key, and there may be other people with keys.
No. Well, you're Rusty.
Rusty's got a key. So at least 5 people.
During all this time, my niece was not coming to my house.
During 2018 to 2019? Okay, but if you weren't there, you wouldn't know she was there, right?
Well, no, I wouldn't know, but she
And I was just asking, she does in
Yes.
fact have a key, though.
she does.
Okay. Now, I'm going to come back to that. Well, let me just go ahead and ask, have you talked to, because you got down here Wednesday night, right?
Right.
Did they put you up in a hotel?
Oh, they did.
Did anybody come with you?
No,
Jennifer didn't come?
no,
Okay. Bruce didn't come?
no,
Have you talked to Bruce, let's just say this week?
no.
So you wouldn't know that my office called and spoke to Bruce?
No.
Okay. Now, the bullets that you were talking about, sitting way over there, I couldn't hear you. The bullets you were saying were missing, not the Winchesters that we have in the box. So, can you say it again what brand those were?
I don't know.
Or you kept saying they were something. I think there was a store. I can't figure out what you were saying.
Well, it's no longer in there was a TGNY.
TGNY?
TGNY. And it had, you know how stores used to put their sticker on. You probably don't even know that. But,
My grandpa owned a Radio Shack, and he used to say Radio Shack and have the price on it.
used to, when you went to the store to buy something, well, it had the price. But I remember that this one had TGNY on it. And I don't know why I remember that. I never shot the gun. I never handled it that much. I have a healthy respect for guns because my husband, when he went hunting, it wasn't, I mean, he might go hunting when I was there, but he would like clean or whatever you do to guns the next day. He didn't have the guns out in my presence. I could not tell you. I know he's got a Benelli, but I don't know. In that gun that I gave him, that was a Remington. But in that 357. But now, honest to Pete, if I hadn't just seen it, I probably wouldn't even know what that thing looked like.
The gun? Right?
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about? You wouldn't know
Yeah,
what it looked
because I didn't. If it were a pair of shoes or a purse, I guarantee you I could tell you.
like? Absolutely.
But they didn't interest me. I didn't handle them.
So
I
basically,
just knew I had one.
you just put it away, put it in your nightstand. Well, it got moved around, but eventually you put it in your nightstand drawer and you just went on about your business.
It wasn't in the drawer. It was underneath on the floor.
Okay, yeah, underneath.
But
the
it was,
nightstand.
my nightstand is where you had to get down under it to slide it in.
Now that holster you had talked about, you said it covered the whole gun?
Mm-hmm.
It did, and
Well,
Allison, can you stand up? Is it a holster like this, you know, that the whole gun's in?
I can't see that far away.
Like that?
I
Can you
can't.
see that?
No.
Can you walk up to her, Judge?
These glasses are close up, they're not my dish.
You don't get to hide over in the corner anymore.
No, it didn't. No, you could see the end of the gun out of it.
Okay.
Yeah. It was, I mean, you know, this was old. It wasn't,
Well, let me do one thing real quick. And Judge, huh?
You get a picture. Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah, we'll just, that we had Deputy Allison approach the witness showing her holster for her service weapon, and the witnesses indicated that it did not look like that.
no, it didn't look like that.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, so it's sometime in 2019, and Melody is arrested, and you noticed that the gun is missing, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you continued to talk to Melody while she was in custody. Y'all talked on the phone calls?
I did.
Okay. You never said anything about a missing gun to Melody. Okay. You
No.
never called law enforcement and reported this gun stolen.
No,
Okay. You still have not reported this gun stolen.
I haven't. And that's another thing that came up that I thought, ooh, I haven't done that. But I couldn't describe it.
Yep, you can't. But, well, I'll get to that in a second. So you can't actually tell the jury what this gun looked like, right? We got to say it out loud because he's got to be able to hear you.
Oh, no, I can't describe it.
Okay, can't describe it, but for some reason you remember it's a .38 special.
There were other people that I've told that I got a gun for Christmas. And then I've told that I have a .38 special. I mean, I've told that before I found out it was missing to someone.
Okay.
Well,
do you still have a receipt for this gun?
no.
Do you have any
Well, I don't
pho-
even know where he bought it.
Do you have any photographs of this gun?
No.
Now, going to your testimony, because remember beforehand I was asking you about what you had seen. Where are you watching this? You said you watched it on your Kindle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're watching on the Kindle. Are you watching like YouTube? Like the YouTube app?
Well, part of it, sometimes it would come up YouTube, and then part of it was, you could see that civil, and it was just like,
It just shows it. Yeah, that's what they zoom into when we're
Yeah.
not in court.
but the YouTube wasn't like that. It had a little man down in the corner.
That's what I'm going to get into. I'm going to show you a picture.
Okay.
So, you have not seen this photograph, and I'm going to show you. But what I'm going to ask you is because you had told law enforcement that there's a man, little man, I think that's what you said, little man in the corner that's got headphones on.
Yes.
All right. And I'm just going to show you and see if this is the man that you saw.
No.
That is not
Oh,
him?
this.
Yes.
Yes, this is a man.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's Rusty. Okay, yeah.
And so we'll just perfect the record, okay?
Okay.
So this is the man in the lower right corner of what I'm going to call Barton Defense 1.
Okay.
And is that correct?
Yes,
That is the man that you watched.
yes,
And the other man that's Rusty Barton.
right.
Okay? And you're watching it. Are you kind of familiar with YouTube?
No.
Does this kind of look like what you see when you watch it on Kindle?
Uh-huh.
It does? All righty. And Judge, at this point in time, we move in Barton Defense number 1.
All right.
I stipulate to it.
All right, submit.
Will you switch it over to them when that's on public?
It's on.
Oh. So, ma'am, this is, yet again, this is what you're watching, right?
Mm-hmm.
When Rusty was testifying.
Yes.
Now, did you watch Scott, Chris, Jen, or any of those people on this same YouTube channel?
I don't know. Sometimes it came up where I could see the judge and that symbol back there. And sometimes I would get it on this. I'm not real computer
computer
I'm
savvy.
not a guru on this.
And that's perfectly fine. But one thing I want to talk about is that little man in the corner there, and so the jurors know and they can see it, that this is a YouTube channel called Recovery Addict. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. And it's that little man in the corner with the headset that is the one who told you, quote, that's where she got the gun.
I heard him say that.
Yeah, and that's where you got the idea.
No.
Well, that's when you called law enforcement, wasn't it?
No.
Actually, the next day.
It may have been the next day, but I thought they will realize that they'll hear it. I thought you all would pick up on that.
What do you see on there on that exhibit where it says, did I crack the case?
Where it says what? Oh, yeah, I see that.
Okay. And do you know that that man is now claiming that he's the one that solved this because he gave you the idea?
Well, he didn't.
Well, you would agree with me, though, that on this timeline, you're sitting at your house in Tullahoma, Tennessee, and you're watching Rusty testify with that man giving commentary, correct?
I did.
And that man made the statement on his YouTube channel, quote, that's where she got the gun, right?
I heard that.
And the next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, you called Captain Hands at the sheriff's office. Correct?
I did. But
And
Judge, let me just ask Mr. Ray.
that was not, there was no explanation needed.
I'll let you redirect. Go ahead.
And that is the first time since July 5th, 2018, that you have ever told anyone about a missing 38 was to Captain Hands.
No.
Who else have you told?
I have, she's not a family. She's a very good friend that I told. I don't want to get her involved.
Okay, so you claim, when did you tell this supposed person?
It's probably been over a year ago
Okay.
that this was on my heart, and I felt like I should let somebody know.
Okay, so you just let this anonymous person know, right?
She's anonymous to me.
Not, what, how about, why don't you,
I'm not
if,
telling
okay, you've got a gun missing, and obviously you're trying to imply that Melody took this gun and those bullets and that's what she used to kill Gary. So that's important, right? You would agree with me.
Oh, it's
super important, right?
very important.
But what your excuse to this jury is nobody's ever asked you, right? That's what you told Mr. Foggins. Law enforcement never asked you in
They
2018.
didn't ask me.
But you didn't know the gun was missing,
But
so
I
there was
didn't
no
know.
reason to ask you, right?
Well, they didn't ask me if I had a gun. If we had guns,
But the point is, in 2019, after Melody is arrested, you know it's missing, right? And you don't say a word.
I could tell you why I looked.
No, I'm just asking you.
I
You didn't say a
know
word.
You don't want to know.
You didn't say a word to anybody about this missing gun until Friday of last week, right?
Well, I have discussed it with one person.
Well, let's go ahead and get into that. Now, you claim that you did not know about the affair between Rusty and Melody,
No,
right?
I knew. No, I didn't know about
Well,
the
oh,
affair.
well, what did you know? You told Mr. Fogus you didn't know.
Judge, I'm going to object and ask Mr. Ray under 611, 623. She is 84. I ask him to slow down and ask the questions appropriately.
He's got to run across. If I think he's inappropriate, I'll slow him down.
Ms. Barton, you testified with Mr. Fogus you didn't know. And so I just asked you if you knew, and you said no, well. So did you know or did you not?
I did not know the affair was going on.
Okay. Well, what else were you going to say?
That I knew that they talked too much, and I talked to Melody about that.
That you thought they talked too much. Okay.
that she was still a married woman.
And obviously, you're not, if this is in fact the first time that you learned about the affair, you learned about it while your stepson was testifying on live TV, right?
Unfortunately,
And
along with,
does the little man that you watch that makes these comments during the trial that you're watching, did he ever say anything about the affair that you recall?
no,
Just say yes or no, sorry. So in front of live television is when you learn that your stepson and technically your second cousin are having an extramarital affair, right?
yes,
And you recall talking with Detective Hand, telling him about how embarrassed you are about it,
I am.
and that I think you actually said that you can't even hang your head up in Tullahoma anymore, right?
Hold it up.
You can't hold your head up in Tullahoma anymore, right? That Rusty and Melody have destroyed the Barton name. You recall that?
I do.
Now, with your niece and all of them, or let me ask it this way first off: do you have you had any communication with Scott and Chris?
No,
And that would be since, what's it say, since 2018?
since 2018, yeah.
You have?
I haven't.
You have not? Okay.
No.
Do you know if your niece Jennifer, she's had any contact with
I
Scott
do
and Chris?
not know.
Okay. And Rusty's your stepson, right?
Right.
But you're 13 years apart, right? Because I think he said he's 71 and you're 84.
Well, he is, yeah.
Okay.
But I never thought.
So was Roy much older than you?
He was 7 years.
7 years older than you? Okay. And you don't have any biological children, correct?
No.
Right? But you recall talking with Captain Hand. It is Captain. Yeah, Captain Hand. Talking to him and telling him that basically you're not happy that Melody's throwing Scott under the bus, was paraphrase of what you said, right?
I wasn't.
You weren't? Because in your opinion, even though I know you don't have any biological children, but you were very close with Kay, I believe, right? Right? And y'all talked about a mother should always protect her children, correct?
Right.
And that a mother should do anything to protect her children.
I believe that.
You believe that. And it made you sick to see Melody blaming Scott and Chris, didn't it?
It did.
Okay. And then,
After the fact.
what, after the fact the
After
man
I
told you
learned
that
more.
the gun,
Yeah.
so that's exactly it. So you're watching this trial, and Melody is disgusting you. You found out about an affair. You've seen her blame Scott. Well, you hadn't seen her. You've seen me and John Luke blaming Scott and Chris.
In proper form, he's not asking questions, he's testifying.
He's trying to get.
I'm trying to get to
Not
it.
a question, Your Honor.
It is just a long question. So now I got to start over.
Correct.
Lost my rhythm. So you have sat here and you saw me and John Luke blaming Scott and Chris, right? I'll break it up because you watched the trial, right?
Right.
So you saw us blaming him. You saw Scott come in claiming that he found a gun, right?
I did. But I already knew that.
Who told you that?
Melody had told me that he had found the gun before all of this happened.
Yeah. And the I done lost my train of thought. You find out about the affair, right?
I did.
So, and then you see me and John Luke blaming Scott and Chris, right? Or it's technically going on all at the same time.
I've seen that.
And for you, that's just not good, correct? You can't have a mother blaming her sons, right? Because you just said mother should always protect her children.
I'm going to object. He's asked 3 questions, has not given her an opportunity to answer. He
Okay.
has got to let her answer on 611, 623.
That was one.
That's 3 questions. They didn't let her answer. I just asked you to give an answer.
He's trying to get her to answer.
He
Go
has
ahead.
to give an opportunity to answer the question.
She hasn't answered yet.
He didn't let her.
I don't think that's exactly what's going on. Keep going, Mr. Ray.
Thank you, Judge. All right, so we'll just back up just a little bit, okay? So, when you're seeing this, you're disgusted with Melody, right? Especially once you learn
You
about the
won't
affair.
let me tell what really happened. So,
No, I'm just asking you, when you learned about the affair and the fact that you already knew she was blaming Scott and Chris, you were disgusted with Melody. Yes or no?
I was already disgusted. Not because I knew the gun was missing.
But you still didn't tell anybody.
No, I didn't.
Do you have any proof whatsoever that your husband ever even bought you a 38?
I don't have a receipt or anything like that. In fact, in '79, you didn't have. I'm sure you didn't have to register a gun. I don't even know if he went to, and which I'm sure he did, but he could have bought it off of somebody. I do not know if it were new. I don't. If he hadn't told me what it was, but I know I had a gun then, and I know I don't have a gun now.
Okay. And you have bullets for it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And since you've watched the trial, tell me who else doesn't supposedly have a 38, but they got bullets for it. Do you know?
No.
You weren't watching when we had tendered in somewhere up here the bullets found in Scott Farris' barn and bedroom?
No.
That there were 38 special bullets?
I told you,
You
I
weren't-
did not see all the trial.
Okay. If you had to guess, have you watched half of it?
No.
More than half?
No, not half of it.
Just 1 second, Judge.
Mr. Focus?
Judge, I have something I think we need to take up outside of prison, just very quickly. It shouldn't take too long.
All right, y'all step out for a minute. Does the witness need to step out?
No, it's, Judge, may we approach over here? Let me let things settle down and I'll come back. What we want to do is, outside the presence of the jury, because I don't know the answer to this, is at least 2 times when Mr. Ray was asking you questions and you responded by saying you don't want to know what the answer is. Tell me what that answer is.
When I broke my arm and foot and I was in NHC, that's when Melody came up there, and that's when she was arrested. Rusty came in and told me that afternoon that they had arrested her and that Gary was shot with a gun, he said, just like with a 38 and you have both of those guns, I did not know that a 357, well, I said, what? 2 guns, because it just floored me. And I said, what 2 guns? And he said, your 38 and the 357 Magnum would shoot a 38. So then, that was in July. So I think it was Labor Day weekend that we looked in that chest and I found that my 38 was gone. And ever since then, this has weighed heavily, heavily on me.
Judge, I just have one. Unless defense needs any.
No, I was just checking on what you're saying. This is a story that supposedly Rusty came in and said, so that would be hearsay. They want to recall Rusty, then they can ask Rusty if this conversation happened, or they can ask her if she had a conversation with Rusty after or around the time of Melody's arrest. But regarding this whole testament about these guns from Rusty, we hadn't heard that before. And we hadn't heard it from the witness before either.
Judge, I just have one more. Ms. Moore was with us yesterday. I don't remember her telling us this yesterday. Ms. Moore said that she did. I remember her saying that the 57, that the 44 Magnum can shoot, or 357, excuse me, 357 can shoot at 38. But Ms. Moore said that she did tell us this part.
Well,
But that's it, Judge. That's what I wanted to.
the statement from this witness is that Rusty told her some things. Now those would be hearsay. You can ask her if she had a conversation with Rusty and did he talk to her about the shooting, and then what she did after that.
Okay.
She can say that's when I went and looked.
But not the contents of what he said.
Correct.
Right.
And then if you want to get into the content of what he said, that would then, it still would be hearsay even if y'all brought Rusty back in to testify to it, but
May I
you don't say anything yet. But you can ask her if she was informed by Rusty about the 357 being able to shoot the 38. That's not being offered for the truth of that.
It's her state of mind.
It's just right.
Yes, sir. And also, since we got the jury out, I'm going to ask about, we sent you the summary.
Investigator Morris. It's Monica's summary, the investigator's summary.
I got a photo and a phone.
There was one from, yeah, it would have been on Friday the 18th at 7:36. That one.
Just make sure you know about that.
DA investigative report, and you got it on 18th at 7:36.
just heard
Oh,
about.
yeah, I mean, like, if you're just gonna ask her, be like, didn't you tell Kay that the gun was missing? And then I'm gonna stand up and I go, that's weird, you told the only person that's dead.
I'm ready, Judge.
Okay. All right, bring him back in.
I'm gonna slide behind you, cause there's a water.
Okay.
So I'm gonna pour me some, you need some?
What is your bottle?
What is what?
Your bottle. All right. Let's go. All right, Mr. Focus, you can continue.
Thank you. Miss Martha, I'm almost done. I have a couple questions, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I didn't know if it was this or that's all right. Now, at some point after Melody was arrested, you can't tell me what he said, but did you talk to Rusty about the guns?
Yes.
And after don't tell me what he said, but did you explain to him about where they were or how they went missing?
No.
Did he say something to you? Don't tell me what he said, but did Rusty talk to you about
He
whether or
did
not,
say something to me.
and it was at that time, did you then learn whether or not a 357 could shoot a 38?
I did.
You hadn't known before that?
No.
Was it at that point that other things started going off in your mind, or thinking about connecting the dots or things like that?
It did.
Now, don't tell me her full name, because I know she's a friend. I don't want to get her involved per se, but tell the jury, the lady that cleans your house, what's her first name?
Oh, Polly.
What's her first name? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Polly.
Now, how long has she been cleaning the house for you?
Oh, well, now, probably, because she had cleaned about 30 years when she quit.
Okay.
But she didn't quit.
Do you
I mean, like, she comes out and helps me decorate. Or she comes out and decorates. And she can't watch this.
Is it Miss Polly? Is that?
Polly.
Okay, I'm calling Miss Polly.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you consider Miss Polly someone that is a friend of yours?
I do.
Do you trust Miss Polly?
Absolutely.
Would she steal from you?
No.
Now, the defense also asked you about a kid that broke into your house one time. You remember that?
I do.
How long ago was that?
That was in about 2010.
And did that or did not involve some glass jars of change?
It didn't. I had several in my closet,
Uh-huh.
and he didn't take any of those.
Did you have any connection with that child or teenager since 2010?
No.
Would you have any evidence that he's ever come into your house and stole your .38 special revolver?
No, he wouldn't. No.
Now,
He went to prison.
do you know where he went? Well, I'll let defense ask you that. Was he local?
He was.
Drugs?
Drugs.
But had you ever seen him on your property or anywhere upstairs in your upstairs bedroom going through your or getting into your chest where those two guns, only those two guns were?
No.
Ms. Marley, I'm almost done. Now, counsel asked you whether or not you told anybody about the gun. You didn't. You said you told a friend. But did you tell Kay Walker anything about the gun?
I didn't tell her about the gun. I told her that I had had Bruce to come out and take some things to Goodwill, and that we had gotten in that chest. But she didn't even know the guns were in there. She probably didn't even know I had the gun.
But you told Miss Kay about the chest and things missing from the chest?
No, that we had been in it.
Oh, okay. And around that time, were you talking to the defendant on the phone?
No, I think when I told Kay that she had been released and I wasn't able to contact her, but Kay was talking to her.
Well, after you talked to Kay about the chest, did Melody stop saying something to you?
Oh, that's right. I did talk to her because she never told me she loved me again.
Nothing further on.
Just a couple things, Judge. Ma'am, did you also learn that a 357 can shoot a 38 special from watching the trial?
No,
You didn't hear us talking about that in the trial?
no.
All right. Going to the neighbor that Mr. Fogus was asking you about, or the boy that went to prison, that guy, he's actually your neighbor, right?
He was.
He was. And your house, it's fairly far off the road, correct?
It is.
So, I mean, you got a really long driveway. You can't really see your house even from the road.
Oh, yes, you can see it.
You can see it? Because I just had to look at it on Google Street View, and it's a pretty good distance, though, right?
It is.
Okay. But this boy that went to prison that had previously broken into your house, he's a neighbor.
He was a neighbor, but he doesn't even come over to his parents' house anymore.
Yeah, anymore. Is that because he's in prison, or he just doesn't come
No,
over
he's
anymore?
out of prison.
Okay,
now.
he's out of prison. Okay. All right. No further questions.
Thank you.
Anything else?
1 second, Judge. Excellent question. Sometimes people have to help me. I forget things. After the break-in with the neighbor, the young kid or the teenager, however he was, did you check to see if your guns were missing?
Yes, we did. They weren't.
They were still there?
They weren't missing. The jars of coins weren't missing. He took a lot of my jewelry.
But your pistol was still there?
Oh, yes.
That's all, Judge.
Last chance.
Now,
All right. Anything else?
we ask that you be released.
All right. We're gonna break for lunch. Anything else we need to take up?
She just needs to remain for just a moment if we could.
All right. All right. We'll break for lunch. I'm gonna give y'all an hour and a half. We'll start back at 3.
What is going on, guys? I want to take this little moment here in a break between court to go over an opportunity for you as a justice watcher. I always like to bring value to your experience here. You guys have supported the channel in so many ways, whether it's a super chat, a membership, whatever. But I love to be able to give something back to you when you show your support. And I can do that because I have partnered up with Ridge Wallet. If you haven't heard of Ridge Wallet, you need to today. Throw away this old wallet. This is the wallet I used to use, right? This thing, when it would be filled up, it would be stacked up to the hinges. And now my wallet looks like this. That's right. Now Ridge Wallet and I are collaborating. You can see the code right there. And you're going to see several Ridge wallets, including this one, tagged to this very video and other videos that I'm putting out. If you use the YouTube 10 code when you're checking out, you're going to get 10% off this wallet. And of course, you'll be helping to keep the Justice Watching Project alive, as we do get a little bit of a kickback from that. But it goes all to funding justice and justice watching. So if you've ever wanted to buy justice, if you ever want to support this channel, this is a great way to do so. Carrying one of these now as my daily carry. It has RFID blocking technology, meaning what it does is it protects your cards. This wallet right here does not have that. This wallet does, meaning I have confidence out there that I know wherever I'm at, wherever I am, my cards are protected, my information is protected, and that's peace of mind, guys. And that is justice. So serve yourself up some justice and check out the Ridge wallets. Like I said, they're attached to this video. They'll be attached to other videos that I'll have coming out, and they are sponsoring this stream and will be sponsoring other streams throughout this month, and allowing you to take advantage of that exclusive code that you see right next to me, YouTube 10. Click on it, use YouTube 10, and help yourself, help justice. And guys, I'll see you back in the courtroom.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I may have said something, I don't know if y'all were in here when we were talking about it, but we have another Zoom witness, and we were working on that for the last few minutes, and we have that up and running. And so based upon us getting this witness up and running and everything seems to be working at the moment, and the defense is going to call this witness, the state and the defense have agreed to allow the defense to call this witness out of order, primarily so we don't have to keep sending y'all back and forth to the jury room, and that it'll become more clear what's going on when this witness's testimony is over. All right. So, Mr. Ray, you can call your witness.
We can call Cameron Bruce. Miss Bruce, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear and affirm the testimony you'll give before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
Put your hand down.
Okay.
Howdy. There is a guy here who is taking everything down that we say, okay? So if you'll just keep your answers verbal so that he can take down what you're saying, okay?
Okay.
Alrighty. First off, state your name and spell your first name since you have a different type of spelling for it.
Okay. Cameron, Kamryn, Bruce, Bruce.
Okay. And Miss Bruce, how old are you?
18.
Alright. And you're currently in school?
Yes.
Where are you going to school at?
NC State.
Okay. Do you know Melody Farris?
Yes.
How do you know her?
She's Amanda's mom.
Yeah. And who's Amanda Bruce, formerly Amanda Farris?
That's my stepmom.
Okay. And who's your dad?
Chad Bruce.
Okay. Do you recall the events? Well, before I ask you that, did we send you a copy of your transcript from an interview you gave back in 2019?
Yes, I have it on my phone.
Okay.
Do I need it?
No, not right now.
Okay.
But did you read it?
No.
Okay, that's fine. If I was 18 and somebody told me to read that, I wouldn't read it either. If I need to point you to a specific page to refresh your memory, I'll just tell you to turn to that page and where to read, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
And if he tells you to read something, read it to yourself, not read it out loud.
Okay.
Yeah, basically the way it'll go, if I need you to read something, I'll say read it to yourself, and then you just look up when you're done reading, and I'll ask the question again.
Okay.
Okay? This should be too short. I don't expect to take too much time with you. Do you recall July the 4th of 2018?
I mean, I recall fireworks. Is that enough?
Well, do you recall going to Lake Lanier with Chad and Melody in 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who all was there with you at Lake Lanier?
Kind of.
Okay. Well, tell me who you kind of remember.
My dad, Amanda, and then Melody.
Okay.
I don't remember anything else.
Okay. And just so the jury knows, how old were you in July of 2018?
10? Is that right?
I don't know. I was actually about to look.
Wait, I'm 18 now, so how many? That's minus 6. But it was right before my birthday. I was 11. I was about to turn 12.
Yeah, about to turn 12. Because your birthday is July 6th, right?
Right.
Okay. All right. Do you, on July 4th of 2018, do you recall what time y'all left Lake Lanier?
No.
Okay, that's fine. If you don't know, you don't know, okay? Not a big deal. Did you leave with Amanda and Chad, or did you leave with Melody?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you recall going back to the farm on back to Melody's farm, July 4th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember what you were going to do at the farm?
Well, Addison was coming over. We were just going to hang out.
Okay, who's Addison?
I guess my step cousin.
Yeah, I think that's right. They live up in Maine, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you and Addison and Ellie would hang out when they would come down from Maine?
Yes.
All right. And because all of y'all are a similar age?
Right.
Okay. Did Addison make it to the farm that day?
Yes.
Do you have any type of time of day that you and Melody made it back to the farm from Lake Lanier?
No idea.
Was it was it in the morning or was it in the evening?
I mean, we spent the day at the lake, so it couldn't have been. I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, if you spent the day at the lake, then it couldn't have been in the morning, right?
Right, it couldn't have been morning time.
Okay. Do you recall, how long were you there before Addison got there?
Not that long. I feel like it was only a little bit.
Okay. Do you remember what you and Allison did, or Addison did, when she got there?
We just hung out, and then I think we might have went in the hot tub, or we wanted to go in the hot tub. I don't know.
Okay. Did y'all ever go outside?
I have no idea.
Do you recall going to see the horses or anything like that?
I don't remember.
Okay. If you could, on your transcript, look at your phone and go to page 17.
So mine isn't by pages. Mine is just one long.
Yeah, it should on the page in the bottom right corner there should be a page number.
I have no page numbers. It's just one long receipt.
Okay. Can you count through till like a page, or there's no break in it whatsoever?
There's no break in it whatsoever.
Okay. Give me just 1 second.
Arguably, I can hide the jury video if you need me to show her something on. If you want to share a screen with her.
Well, that's what. Can you go get Oh, you got it. Hold on just 1 second. I didn't realize that. I don't know how they sent you a copy that didn't have the page numbers on it. What I'm going to do, Judge, is just share the screen, pull up the transcript.
Yeah. And I can.
So, Cameron, just hold tight for just a second. I'm going to show you the transcript, okay?
I can. What I'll do is I'll black out the video to the jury while she reviews it. Is that a hard drive?
Yeah.
Plug it into the front of the computer. Sometimes that little, yeah, for lack of a better term, even though it has power running to it.
Okay.
All right.
What do I do?
Do share? Are you sharing screen? So go to where hit share screen.
Hit share?
Yeah.
Okay. Entire screen?
Sure.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, Cameron, can you see what looks like a Word document?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. If you will, like we said, to yourself, if you'll read from here, for the pointer, can you see the pointer?
Yes, I do.
Okay. From here, just read all of that, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So do you recall going outside and seeing the horses and stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
You want to put her back on the screen?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
So hide your share. Or stop sharing.
Okay. Oh, there. Okay. Oh, I've never done that. Okay. Got it. All right. And y'all were outside for quite a while?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And then, was there a point where you and Addison began to look for Gary?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Do you recall where all y'all looked for Gary on July the 4th?
I think we just looked in the office and maybe his bedroom.
Okay. And do you remember, was that on the main floor of the house or down in the basement?
That's the basement.
Okay. Do you remember seeing anything like blood in the basement?
No.
Do you remember seeing any bullets in the basement?
No.
Okay. Did you notice anything weird, or did Melanie not allow y'all to go outside that you recall?
No.
Okay.
Not that I remember.
At this point in your life, I knew Amanda and Chad weren't married. Had you spent a good bit of time with Melody?
Yes.
Okay. Did she seem any different that day than she did any other day?
No.
Okay. Do you recall if you and Addison went to the hot tub or snuck out of the house to go to the hot tub on the 4th?
I think we did, yes.
Okay. All right. And do you recall how long y'all were in the hot tub?
Probably a good bit, maybe an hour
Okay.
or so.
Do you remember, did anything strange happen while you were in the hot tub?
No.
Okay. Do you remember what you did after the hot tub?
I think we just went to bed.
All right. Do you remember what time you woke up the next morning?
I mean, we didn't sleep in super late, but I don't remember waking up early.
Okay. You're probably not going to know, what is a 12, 13-year-old girl's idea of not early, but not late?
Like waking up around 9.
9? Okay.
Not very late.
Okay. All right. Was Melody there when you woke up?
Yes,
Okay.
I think.
And did y'all have plans for July the 5th that you recall?
No. Not that I remember.
Do you remember who was going to come pick you up from Melody's house?
I'm pretty sure my dad was.
All right.
He was already on his way.
All right. Did Amanda eventually show up at the house?
Oh, yes, Amanda was also. Maybe Amanda was going to pick me up, and then my dad was on his way. They both ended up there.
Amanda and Chad ended up at the house?
Yes.
Okay. And now, just so the jury's clear, we're talking about July the 5th, okay?
Okay.
All right. So, July the 5th, Amanda shows up. You recall what happened after Amanda got there?
She wanted to see Gary, so we started looking for him more.
Why start looking for Gary at this point in time? Did somebody say that they didn't know where he was?
Because Amanda wanted to see him. No.
Okay. So,
They just didn't know where he was, and she wanted to see him because she was there.
okay. Where all did you look?
We looked back in the basement and in his room, and then his car was in the garage.
Did you ever go outside and search around the property?
Yes.
When y'all went back down in the basement on July 5th, did you notice anything out of order then?
No, because I remember we looked at, he didn't take his CPAP machine, so, because we were trying to see if he left town, but his stuff was all down there.
Okay. But you still didn't notice any blood or bullets or anything in the basement?
No, it looked like normal.
All right. Clean?
Mhm.
Okay. And yes or no, okay?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Okay. All right, do you remember after Amanda arrived, do you remember who arrived next?
I think it was either Scott or Chris. I'm pretty sure Scott.
Okay. Do you ever recall Scott talking about a gun missing from the basement?
No, I don't. I think that might have been when they put us inside.
Okay, put you inside. Did you ride on the ATV with Chris and Ellen? Or I'm sorry, Chris and Addison?
I thought it was Scott. Maybe it was Chris. I guess. I was on an ATV, but I don't know who was driving.
And I said ATV just because that's what my mind goes to. It's kind of like the RTV thing, right?
Like a golf cart type thing.
Yeah, let me just, we've got probably 1,000 photos of it, I think. Since I know how to do it now. That thing?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what you wrote on July 5th? Okay. Did you notice anything weird about it? Did you notice any blood in it or on it?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, eventually, you and Addison were directed to go back to the house, right?
Right.
And eventually, I believe you went with Jenna. You and Addison, Jenna picked you both up.
Yes.
Okay. Going back just a little bit, if you had gone to see the horses and things, would y'all have went up to the barn on July the 4th? Or, I'm sorry, July the 4th.
If we went to see the horses, we probably were up there.
Okay. Because remember what I just had you read? Y'all went and saw the horses, so y'all would have been up at.
Yes, we did.
Okay. And obviously, I know this has been a long time ago. You were actually interviewed in 2019, right?
Right.
Okay. So essentially a year after all of the events on July the 5th.
Correct.
All right. And do you recall Melody ever telling y'all that you're not allowed to go outside on the 5th and trying to keep you in the house?
I don't recall that.
Judge, at this point in time, I have no further questions.
All right.
And Ms. Bruce, the prosecutor may have a few questions for you, so just sit tight, okay?
Okay.
All right, Ms. Frankish.
I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
All right, anything else?
Cameron, enjoy college.
Thank you.
All right, you can be excused.
Okay. I don't know how to leave.
All right, now that we have finished with that witness out of order, any other evidence from the state?
No, Your Honor, at this time the state rests.
All right. So, and Mr. Ray, Mr. Weaver, we have something to take outside the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir.
Based upon that, I expect that'll take some time, but anyway. So now this will become more apparent. What I'm going to do at this point, instead of sending y'all back out for another 30 to 45 minutes and then bringing y'all back in at 4:30, I'm going to dismiss y'all for the day. All right? Now, I'm trying to give y'all as much information as I can based upon the information as I have. At this point, we're ahead of where I told you I thought we were going to be last week. So it's looking more like we may wrap up next week instead of going into Monday. I still don't, that's not a guarantee, but it's looking more like that. The lawyers and I still have to do what we call a charge conference, where we discuss the instructions that I'm going to give you. I've also told the lawyers that I'm going to give them a full day to prepare for closing. So, but it's looking more like we may wrap up Tuesday, Wednesday, and may close Thursday. And if that's the case, then we won't take Friday off and y'all can deliberate Thursday, Friday, etc. All right, so with that, again, we're at a very critical juncture in the trial. Y'all may have now discovered some issues about this case being on the internet. So please do not talk to anyone about the case at all or let anyone know that you're on the jury. All right? With that, y'all can be excused for the day. We will see y'all Monday morning. Leave your notepads either in your chairs or take them into your... Someone have a question? Yes, probably. Yeah. Yes, normal time for everything. If I think we're going to need some extra time on one of the days, then we may not do lunch. Just depends on how it works out. But y'all will know in the morning. All right, y'all want a few minutes? Are y'all ready to jump? Okay. All right, we'll give them just a second. Let's take 5 because they're going to be in and out of the hallway. So let's let them leave, and then we'll take it up. So we'll take a 5-minute break. All right, go ahead.
Judge, pursuant to 1791, where there is no conflict in the evidence, and the evidence introduced with all reasonable deductions and inferences therefrom shall be deemed a verdict of acquittal or not guilty, as the entire offense or some particular offense count. Starting with the aggravated assault count, the way Ms. Farris is indicted, she did then and there make an assault upon the person of Gary Wayne Farris with a deadly weapon, a handgun, by shooting Gary Wayne Farris with firearm. The court has heard, nor has the jury heard, zero testimony that Ms. Farris either possessed a gun and actually held a gun, let alone fired a gun at or into Gary Farris. The only evidence is that there is a bullet, which, according to their medical examiner, he cannot say to a medical certainty that Mr. Farris was shot while he was actually even still alive. Even though he has certified this case as death by gunshot and homicide, he was still unable to tell us that he was alive when he was shot, how he was killed, any vital organs that the bullet may have passed through. Also under 1791, the defendant shall be entitled to move for a directed verdict at the close of the evidence offered by the prosecution or at the close of the case. Then if even if he fails to introduce any evidence, and we're going to be introducing plenty of evidence. If the court finds that the state hasn't met their burden beyond a reasonable doubt as to the aggravated assault, the aggravated assault is the predicate count for felony murder, so both of those will go away. So as to those, if there's no evidence other than Ms. Farris being at the residence on July 3rd, July 4th, in that time frame, is really the only evidence that says, is what the state is using to say that she is the one who committed this crime, if in fact there has been a crime committed at all. So they merely haven't met their burden as to an actual assault, considering there's actually no physical evidence that she assaulted Mr. Farris. There's no eyewitness evidence that she assaulted Mr. Farris. At best, there is just text messages and speculation that they were angry with each other over a vacation that he was buying for Chris Farris, and somehow that led to this alleged murder. But going back to just aggravated assault itself, they still haven't produced anything, even of where did she point a gun to him at, how, what time, maybe really even what day. And so for that, I think the count 3 should be a directed verdict. And if the court grants as to count 3, then count 2 goes with it. Concealing the death of another is much like the aggravated assault count by discarding and burning the body of Gary Wayne Farris. I don't think there's any doubt that Mr. Farris was burned. It is his body on the burn pile. However, there is zero evidence that Ms. Farris put his body on the burn pile. There is no witness that says that she put him on the burn pile. In fact, everyone that has testified, they're trying to make innuendos that the tractor was used, but there's no DNA in the bucket. There's no DNA on the back of the tractor. That the RTV was used. There's no DNA in the bed of the RTV that is linked to Mr. Farris. The only DNA on the tractor is on the step getting into the driver's seat of the tractor. Nowhere associated with the bucket on the tractor. So yet again, there's no evidence that she is the one who burned Mr. Farris's body or transported him there to be burned. Going to the malice murder count, did cause the death of Gary Wayne Farris, a human being, by shooting Gary Wayne Farris with a firearm. You get to the same thing. There's zero evidence that she shot. They have put forward some, in my opinion, credibility issue witnesses saying that, coming out of the woodwork now, about how she got a gun. You've got Scott saying that he saw a gun, and now 6 years later, Jen is saying she saw a gun, and 6 years later, Chris is saying he saw a gun. All different types of guns, all different looking guns, but nobody can put a gun actually in Miss Farris's hand in her possession or under her control. Going back to the medical examiner, while he did certify it again as homicide and caused by gunshot, when I asked him very directly, is you can't say to a medical certainty that he was alive when he was shot. And he said, I cannot. So if you cannot tell me that the man was alive when the bullet entered his body, you cannot say that the cause of death was a homicide, or that he died. The cause being a gunshot, because you're literally saying he died from a gunshot wound. Then at the same time saying, well, I can't actually say he was alive when he was shot. They're just two completely contradictory things. I can sit up here and basically argue it all day. But for those reasons, we don't feel that the state has met their burden beyond a reasonable doubt to allow this case to go to the jury, at least as to the malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, and concealing the death of another. I won't be arguing about the making a false statement. We'll be making those arguments and close regarding that. But I don't think, I'm assuming what the court's most likely going to do is say, well, there's circumstantial evidence of all these things. But I would say that there is not circumstantial. There's circumstantial evidence she is there. And mere suspicion is not enough, and the court will charge the jury on that if we get to that point, that is not enough. That does not reach reasonable doubt. You have to have more than just suspicion. We have to have more than speculation and innuendo and people talking over text messages. There actually has to be some evidence. Regarding, I assume the state's going to get up and say, well, there's evidence of a violent crime in a house. No, there's not. The only evidence in the house is 2 drops of Gary's blood that were sent to the crime lab, and there is evidence to support that Gary might have been bleeding from a dog bite around that time. There's also evidence of Melody's finger bleeding, and there's also evidence of Scott being bitten by the rat snake, all around the same point in time. So there is no evidence of any type of violent crime going on. And for those reasons, Judge, we'd ask you to direct a verdict, not guilty, as to counts 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Ms. Frankish, you're going to argue?
Just briefly, Judge.
All right.
Probably not as lengthy as Mr. Ray. Just under 17.9.1, when the court is authorized to direct a verdict of acquittal, the court does so when there is no conflict in the evidence, and the evidence introduced with all reasonable deductions and inferences therefrom shall demand a verdict of acquittal. That's not the case here, Judge. I won't run through all the evidence, but as far as the evidence that has been presented for the past 3 weeks, there are a number of reasonable deductions and inferences from which the jury can find a guilty verdict in this case, and it's not the court's duty under a directed verdict motion to find that the state has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. That is the jury's job, but here it is just the court's duty is to would only demand an acquittal if there was no conflict in the evidence. And here we have many issues that can go to the jury. As Mr. Ray even stated, he has already deemed credibility issues with people. That right there is a reason for it to go to the jury. He has discussed issues with mere presence and the physical evidence found and individual statements and testimonies and where Ms. Farris was located. There is conflict in all of that evidence, and that, Judge, for that sole reason, this court should deny their motion. And also the inferences that the jury can make based upon the evidence that the state has already introduced, and as long as there is some competent evidence, even if it's contradicted, then the case should go to the jury, and that's what we have here, Judge. So I ask that you deny their motion for directed verdict on the counts.
Hi, anything else, Mr. Ray?
I'll tell you this. If you direct a verdict of acquittal as to counts 1 through 4, now, 9 o'clock Monday morning will rest.
As much as that might be a relief to myself and the jury, that's not the basis for one. All right. Although the evidence presented may be circumstantial, the test isn't whether I determine it's beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the province of the jury. It's based upon evidence most favorable to the state's presentation that a jury could find the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and whether there's sufficient evidence to present that's been presented to the jury for the case to proceed, and I'll find that the state has met that standard. So I'll deny the motion for directed verdict. All right. Anything else for us to take up today? All right. Timeline wise, y'all are looking Tuesday.
I think so. What our plan right now, I plan to have a majority of our witnesses here Monday morning at 9. The first few will be relatively quick. Then I think we'll get into some of the longer ones. I don't know how long that day is going to go for our experts because they're flying in. I'm telling them to be here Tuesday morning. So if we bleed over into Tuesday, that'll be perfectly fine. But
Tell your experts to be here Tuesday morning.
Judge, they have one expert we try to contact all their witnesses before trial just to see what they're going to say, things like that. Everybody does. One of their experts, a firearms expert, if they do call him, when I talked to him, and I think he told y'all this, I didn't know if he was going to be called as a witness, and I still think the privilege attaches it not to discuss with us, and I didn't want to go into things until I know that he's going to be called, because if he's not called, that's
You want me to direct him to be here at 8:30? So
I just need a time to meet with him, that's all. He's a super nice guy, he's straight up, I just need a time to meet with him.
If y'all could have your experts here at 8:30.
we were going to talk today over the weekend about his name is Brian Leopard, about him testifying. If we make that decision, I'll shoot Mr. Bogus a text and we'll have him here.
I was also hoping, I know this has been a long trial, and I travel from Rome every day, so I was hoping maybe we could start a little bit. You give me.
If we're going to wrap up on Tuesday, then we can.
If you give me a little time, I can start meeting within like 9 one day.
Right, that'll be fine. All right, so if y'all wrap, what I'm going to try to start doing, I've looked at y'all's jury charge requests. I'm going to start putting one together so that when if y'all rest on Tuesday, depending on how much time we have left, I would like to talk about the charge conference or talk about the charges when y'all rest, and hopefully I'll have a draft based upon what y'all have requested, and we can start that process. I've told you I'll give y'all a full day off, but it's looking more like we're going to close Thursday. That is, well, and I understand that is problematic, and I've had to deal with that over the years, and I like to let people get out of here. But now with the time change, it's not as big with the time change being later, it's less of a problem. But I still think if we get done on Tuesday, my plan would be to give y'all Wednesday off, do closing and charge on Thursday, and then we may let them go back and talk a little bit, but not hold them all day and go late Thursday, just because I know y'all have kids. But I will, if they really want to stay and work, but I expect they may want to, they got all day Friday, and then we'll see where it goes from there. The biggest issue will be if they want to review any of the digital evidence and us having to bring them back in here and present that.
Maybe if we could, on the front end, let them know.
That was one.
About, like, if you know a section of an
Right.
interview that you want, let us know what
Correct.
part. We'll find it before we come in and do all this stuff.
I had written a note to talk to y'all about, and so this is when I need to do that. Do y'all have a list of the exhibits?
No, I abandoned that.
As best we can. Again, we have till Tuesday.
We'll have it for you.
So let's get together a list of the exhibits, what the format of the exhibit is.
Yes.
So physical evidence, photographic evidence, document evidence, whether we have that in paper available for them or whether it's electronic only. and then have a list that we can give the jurors so that they can use for reference.
Yes. We will do that. I'll work on it.
And then,
Because Ms. Harris is having to redact all of her
Right.
extraction reports, all
Right.
of those.
I understand.
So she's working on that, and then,
and then we also have y'all want the jury view video as an exhibit?
I would like it.
have you watched it?
No, I still would like it.
I've sent it to y'all.
Yes, I have it.
I don't have it.
Yeah, I reviewed it. I reviewed the raw footage yesterday, and then reviewed the for broadcast video last night, and then I've copied and given that to both sides today. And yeah, that's fine. If they want to watch, I will tell them that that is also available. Y'all may have, y'all also have the other views of it. But as best we did that in Chrysler Street was we put together an exhibit list.
We'll work on just, we've got it, we've had some things come up.
And we need to, I know, and we need to, we may need to go through, and then we got to go through everything that's on the tables and organize it and make sure we have it.
The
But
parties have talked, so if we've missed, we're going to tender everything back in at the end. So if we've missed anything, it's clean.
that'll be
I
fine.
think maybe I missed a couple of raw things.
That'll be fine. I understand. Y'all are.
I'm sure Mr. Weaver.
We're all eating an elephant here, one bite at a time. All right. Anything else?
Said Joe.
Y'all have 50 minutes to work on it right now.
Yes. Now,
All right.
well, it's not going to show up when I start doing this, will it?
No, they'll kill the 50. All right. With that, we'll be in recess for the day. See y'all Monday morning.
What is going on, guys? I want to take this little moment here in a break between court to go over an opportunity for you as a justice watcher. I always like to bring value to your experience here. You guys have supported the channel in so many ways, whether it's a super chat, a membership, whatever. But I love to be able to give something back to you when you show your support. And I can do that because I have partnered up with Ridge Wallet. If you haven't heard of Ridge Wallet, you need to today. Throw away this old wallet. This is the wallet I used to use, right? This thing, when it would be filled up, it would be stacked up to the hinges. And now my wallet looks like this. That's right. Now Ridge Wallet and I are collaborating. You can see the code right there. And you're going to see several Ridge wallets, including this one, tagged to this very video and other videos that I'm putting out. If you use the YouTube 10 code when you're checking out, you're going to get 10% off this wallet. And of course, you'll be helping to keep the Justice Watching Project alive, as we do get a little bit of a kickback from that. But it goes all to funding justice and justice watching. So if you've ever wanted to buy justice, if you ever want to support this channel, this is a great way to do so. Carrying one of these now as my daily carry. It has RFID blocking technology, meaning what it does is it protects your cards. This wallet right here does not have that. This wallet does, meaning I have confidence out there that I know wherever I'm at, wherever I am, my cards are protected, my information is protected, and that's peace of mind, guys, and that is justice. So serve yourself up some justice and check out the Ridge wallets. Like I said, they're attached to this video. They'll be attached to other videos that I'll have coming out, and they are sponsoring this stream and will be sponsoring other streams throughout this month, and allowing you to take advantage of that exclusive code that you see right next to me, YouTube 10. Click on it, use YouTube 10, and help yourself, help justice. And guys, I'll see you back in the courtroom.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free.
All right, guys. So it seemed like a great time to come in and talk to you since we got a little bit of an early day today, and it looks like the case is wrapping up. At least the state's case is wrapped up. So I figure, why not give a little perspective on what we've seen? I know a lot of you out there believe that Melody Farris is guilty. She may very well be, but the state's case is very problematic, and you heard very eloquently the defense of Melody Harris put that together on why that is. And, one of the things that gets in the way of this being any type of a slam dunk is the fact that the burden of proof rests with the state, and Melody Farris is presumed innocent. So when there's any type of conflict with evidence, when there's any type of issue that can't be determined, the burden or the presumption of innocence kicks in, and as a result, Melody Farris has to be presumed innocent. And in this case, the state has a problem. And the problem that the state has is they can say she was there, but they can't say she did anything. And the issue here is not about whether it's possible she did do something. In fact, it's probably likely that she was involved in some way. But the problem is the state has to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. And they have failed to do so, in my opinion, based on the case that they presented, as applied by the law. Now, that is not a question of whether we think, did she do this? It's, did they meet that burden in a court of law and say, hey, beyond a reasonable doubt, we can say Melody Farris shot him and then put him in the burn pile. And you might say, well, it doesn't matter. Maybe she did this. It does matter, because the state charged her under that theory, and the state is obligated to prove that theory. They're obligated to prove that she shot him, because that's what their charging document allows for. That's what the felonious assault is about, is that she shot him and then he ends up in the burn pile. Why do they think she shot him? Because a bullet was in his rib. They didn't charge her with accessory after the fact. They didn't charge her with destroying a crime scene. They charged her with doing this crime. Now, what did we hear today? We heard some important evidence today, I think, that goes to the theory. And to me, I think the state locking themselves into this idea around Rusty, okay, and saying, well, that 2 o'clock in the morning phone call had some significance. Listen, we have his phone out at the burn pile, right, in the morning, okay? If I'm the prosecutor, I think it makes more sense to the jury, instead of trying to say this crime happens in the house at night. Listen, the burn pile is done by him, right? This is what I'd be arguing if I was the prosecutor. And to me, maybe they switch it up. Maybe they do this. But to me, it would make more sense. His phone's up by the burn pile. There's an argument. We don't know when this happened. We know it would have been some sort of, I believe, heat of passion situation. An argument occurs, and she's just had enough. And she goes out and she shoots him near the burn pile. That's the only thing that makes sense. And if she shoots him near the burn pile, and all she's got to do is drag him a few feet to get him in, and then she stays there for a few hours, simmering the fire and adding to the fire and burning him through. And Scott's at Lake Lenore or Leonore or wherever he was at, and Chris is where he's at for the day, and she leaves and leaves for the day, and he's burning on the burn pile for the day. And that would allow for him to potentially be alive in the morning, and he walked out to the burn pile because she would tell him, hey, go down to that burn pile, Gary. I told you. You've got to go down there and tend to that burn pile and not let it get out of the way. And if she's going to off him, that's where I would have argued it was done. And instead, we have them falling on what I think is very poor evidence. I think Rusty's statement that she says to him at the end of a conversation that's allegedly just about all this other random stuff, and he just for no reason at all says he's on the burn pile. I absolutely believe Rusty knew or had something more to know about this. Obviously, evidence suggests based on, or at least there's evidence that shows that Rusty was nowhere near Georgia. He was in Tennessee at the time this happened. But that doesn't mean that Rusty wasn't aware. That doesn't mean that she didn't tell him something happened. And I think it's telling that there's all these phone calls going on around this time and something's cooking, an argument's brewing. Things are going down at that house. And she's getting upset. She's angry. She's mad. But that to me would be something that if I'm the prosecutor, you've got to argue, you've got to find out how does she get him to the burn pile? And it's pretty clear if they try to argue that he was in that house and that's where this went down, now you run into right head on into reasonable doubt as far as, okay, where's the blood on the tractor? Where's the blood on the RTV? We just had the granddaughter say there was no noticeable blood on the RTV. We have you have a boxed in situation where it says, okay, she's off at the lake. You know, she's off having her day away from the house. So she's got a limited period of time to work. My opinion is, like I said, is that it's easier to establish, hey, he ends up getting to the burn pile himself, and then he's shot at the burn pile. Now, then you run into the idea here, of course, which the defense is going to promote, which is, okay, the state says she planned this out because it was a premeditated situation where she wanted to get a hold of the money and get a hold of the checkbook. Well, there's obvious issues with that because she didn't end up with any of that. That's not what happened here. In fact, she ended up being suspected. She ended up not getting paid out on any of the life insurance policies. She ended up losing the coveted house, losing the cars. She has no money now because her husband's dead. So this doesn't make sense as some plot to go after the money when she truly didn't know where the money was. She didn't have access to the money, right? So this makes sense to me, okay, that you have a woman who's coming unhinged, right? And again, it starts with the Google. It starts with that Google video of the plate and Gary saying, boy, this woman has a temper. This woman has a temper. Look at this, guys. She absolutely flew up. She went unhinged because I left the plate downstairs. And it's there that we start. If I'm the prosecutor, and I'm going to try to argue this case, to me, that's where it starts at, with that plate. And she's becoming more and more frustrated. She's telling everybody, I'm done with this. I'm upset. You hear them saying, hey, he's cut her off. So there's an argument that's brewing. Okay. Now, and they're not getting along. Hold on one second, guys. And there's an argument that's brewing. I apologize. Hold on. And there's an argument that's... Hold on. I apologize.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice united.
All All right, guys. Sorry about that. I had to call my dog down. My wife and son came home, and he gets excited. But anyways, as I was saying, the burn pile. The key to this situation, in my opinion, resides in her building frustration about things because she'd been cut off financially, and I don't think this comes into a scenario where she says, "I'm just going to kill him" as some plot after money. It's more of she's frustrated, she's angry, she's mad. She's mad because he's giving money to the sons, and she feels, and there's all this tension building. And essentially, I think if there's a motivation here that gets us over the hump of saying she did this and it's not the boys, which we haven't even got to that whole aspect of doubt where the jury's going to have, and it's that, look, she's mad because Gary is telling her basically, look, come on to vacation or not, we're going forward with it. And she gets pissed off, she gets angry, and to me, what I don't understand is why she would, in the first place, bring this gun out there, or where this would come into, unless she just got so angry, she just walks out to the burn pile. He's out there tending to the burn pile, and she shoots him, and and then rolls him in the burn pile. I mean, but it's still, again, as a juror, if I'm sitting in that room, even when you roll it all to that, you go to yourself, why does she kill her cash cow? Because like she said, she had everything she wanted. Yeah, she might be frustrated. She might pitch some fits. She might be mad. She might be angry because he's cutting her, he's limiting her spending, or, whatever. But at the end of the day, just like what happened, the moment that he dies, she loses everything. And she knows that if she kills him, she's going to lose everything. Right? Unless, now again, this came out, unless she was trying to set this up as some sort of an accident that would make it look like he had some sort of an episode and fell in the burn pile. So that's a possibility, I guess. But again, I guess we would look at this as a murder of opportunity. But I believe that the state, if they're going to prove this case, they've got to argue to the jury that he took himself to that burn pile. Now, what I would do if I was the prosecution, because they said that cell phone data evidence was something that came about after opening statements. It was something they put together during trial. So if I'm the state, I'm changing my theory. I'm saying, you know what? Maybe Rusty doesn't know what he's talking about. Maybe Rusty was making that up because he got scared because a fake arrest warrant got put in front of him. And he wasn't on the burn pile at 2 o'clock in the morning. It would make sense now. You see Gary out at that burn pile, which makes sense. The burn pile at that point would be simmering. So he'd be out there in the morning checking on it. And she sees her opportunity. So she goes out and she shoots him. And she rolls his ass in the burn pile, reignites it, waits for Scott to leave. Why does she know Scott left? Because Scott comes down and gets the debit card, says he's heading out. Now she has her opportunity. She goes down to the burn pile. She shoots him. She rolls him in and she says, I'm getting rid of him. I'm going to make it look like an accident. And then she gets her money. It's a crime of opportunity that wasn't planned in the sense that I'm going to do this on the 3rd, or I'm going to do this on the 4th, or I'm going to do this on the 5th. She just decided, just like she was saying when she broke that plate, I can't wait till your daddy dies. She decides, you know what? I can get rid of him. And she figured if she put a bullet in him and he falls, he'll burn up. And there's no way they would ever know that a bullet was ever in him. And even if a shell ended up somewhere in that fire, it doesn't mean it was in him or used to put him in there. It was just unluckiness that it stayed in the rib cage. So, of course, we have no idea how many times he might have been shot because that gun is missing. Now, here's the problem that you run into, although it's really not a problem, because where does she go? She goes out to a lake, right? So she has opportunity to dispose of the weapon. So you have opportunity to dispose of the weapon. She throws it away. She comes back, and I think personally, she let Rusty know what she did. And I think Rusty was trying to cover for her. Or maybe she didn't. I don't know. I think Rusty is, in my opinion, not a good witness. He's not credible at all. And he seems to be a little bit of a doofus and not really, to me, I think he holds back the state because he boxes them in to a time, and he boxes them into her having had to have done it at a time when other people were on the property. And if she did it in the morning, people are sleeping, Scott's gone, And to me, that makes the most sense. And of course, there's no way for medical evidence to contradict the state coming up and arguing and closing arguments that that's when it happened, because guess what? All there was left was bones. So we know that fire had been simmering and was still simmering on the 5th when it was found. We know that fire was stoked. We know that fire was worked. We know that fire was burning. And we know that it had, again, there had to, in my opinion, there's a body burning in there. There had to be some smells emitting, wouldn't it? Isn't it perfectly explainable that no one would have smelled that if she would have gotten that fire roaring and blazing again and then left for the day to let it burn out and let it burn Gary up? I mean, I think that makes sense. And I think that makes more sense than any other theory that involves any of the other people that were depending on Gary for money to say, I'm going to go ahead and kill him. Because it just doesn't make any sense that anybody else, the sons and everyone else, now maybe they got frustrated. Maybe they got angry. Maybe they just had a .357 Magnum laying around with a 38 bullet in it, and they just got angry and said, I'm going to go put a bullet in my daddy. I don't think that doesn't make any sense. What makes sense is it's a crime of opportunity. She sees him at the burn pile that morning, walks down and shoots him. And you try to tell me how the defense is going to overcome that or present any reasonable doubt, because a reasonable doubt is going to be it didn't happen in that house, that it didn't happen upstairs. Now, how that bullet gets up there, I don't know. That's a mystery. Unless she somehow collected it and brought it in there. Again, that's a mystery. But there isn't any evidence that a shooting happened in the house. So, maybe she picked it up off the ground because, it discharged and she picked it up off the ground. Maybe Scott found it and put it in the house because, I don't know. But that would be the way the state would have to argue. Now you flip it around on the defense. Again, the defense is in the strongest position here. That's how I would say the state needs to argue. We'll see what they do. We'll see what they come up with. And they did not in any way show their hand in the judgment of acquittal argument today, which I thought was interesting. They took the approach that they were just going to argue on the basis of, hey, there's a conflict of evidence, and that's enough to push us through the judgment of acquittal. Not to mention that in the judgment of acquittal hearing, the judge views everything in the light most favorable to the state versus the way it goes to the jury, which is in the jury has to presume the defendant innocent and work from that position to see how well does the state overcome the presumption of innocence. So where do we go with the defense? Well, the defense has a boatload of things to argue. Specifically, they have multiple other potential people who could have done this. You've got Scott. You've got Chris. You've got financial problems. You've got arguments galore going on around the family. You've got everybody wanting to take from Gary. You've got Gary wanting to cut everybody off. Scott is specifically, obviously, the best one to lay this at the feet of. Why? Because Scott has no job. Scott is the one that might be the one who as well could have seen a crime of opportunity. But the question is, how does he benefit from his dad dying? And how does it compute that Scott, unless Gary was calling him home on the day before 4th of July, to make that the day that he says, Scott, I'm calling to tell you I'm cutting you off, which makes really no sense whatsoever. But it's possible. Anything could happen. It's also possible that, like I said, an argument occurred, that maybe Scott was out at the burn pile and his father's out at the burn pile and they're on a farm. So it's not unheard of that Scott might not carry that gun in case they see a wild animal or something like that. An argument ensues. He shoots his father and he ends up in the burn pit. Now, here's the thing. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Melody did this and that they did it in the way they say she did it, that she shot him and that she put his body in the burn pile. While the defense only has to raise a doubt as to whether or not that happened and could it have been anyone else. And the problem is I don't believe when you look at this case as it goes to the jury today, with the state's case having been done, I have doubts. I believe she probably did something, but I cannot say beyond a reasonable doubt that she did. And I certainly can't say that's, I think Scott could have. I think Chris could have. I think Scott's the most likely of the children. And I cannot go back beyond a reasonable doubt and say I'm going to put this woman in jail for the rest of her life. And I know some of you are out there, like I said, that believe the state has that MJ's evidence was compelling today. To me, it's not, because again, it doesn't put that gun anywhere near Melody Farris at the time. I mean, it gives her an opportunity that she could have had a gun down there, but we also know Scott had a gun, and that there was a 357 that shoots a 38 that was missing from Scott Farris's house that he claims was stolen. We don't even know if that gun ever made it back to the house. We don't know if it was ever there. We know there's multiple descriptions of a gun that people claim that were in that drawer. We know Chris's now ex-wife says she saw something, but she contradicted herself. So again, when you have contradictions and you have issues and you have motivations on why she doesn't want to see the father of her children go to prison, clearly we run into a situation where we have exactly what the defense wants: confusion and doubt. And that is why I believe when this case goes to the jury, I believe it's going to either be a hung jury or not guilty. That's what I believe it's going to go to. And now you never know. Juries can be can be strange beings. But I believe in a case like this, where there is enough potential people out there and potential other suspects, it's going to be very difficult to get 12 people to say, I'm going to go guilty on this, because there are other people with motivations. There are other people that would have done this. There are other people that could have done this. There's other ways it could have happened. And unfortunately, the state decided they were going to go with Melody. And why? Because they got baited into it because of Rusty. Rusty is a problem. Rusty is the problem. They believe they had her when Rusty gave that cockamamie story about seeing a body on a burn pile, which to me, this is the issue of police work in America. We have to stop making it okay that the police lie to suspects, because this is a product of that. Because the police were able to present a fake arrest warrant. They scared that man to death. And that man decides to come up with a fake ass story about her saying he's on the burn pile, which makes no sense whatsoever for him to even say that. So, I mean, and as a result, they move on that. Now, was that enough to get an arrest warrant? Of course it was. So they arrest her. And now, what do we have left? We've got no physical evidence. We've got no firearm in her hands. We've got nothing to indicate that she's linked to the crime scene. We still have Gary's body in a burn pile. We have nobody that sees her at the burn pile. We have Scott doing suspicious stuff like deleting the trail camera. Okay, that's a problem. That's a huge problem to the jury, because he's deleting the trail camera. So I think it's going to be a difficult case. And I think that's why the judge is saying it's going to be a difficult case. I think that's why the judge is sitting here saying, wow, okay, this is a difficult one. And it is. But my gut feeling on this is that we're headed towards probably a hung jury. And I think what you see now if they get another bite at the apple, on a hung jury, anytime it's a hung jury, it's always much more difficult for the defense the second time, because the defense has showed his hand. But in this case, I don't know that it would be any different. I could see them potentially deciding, depending on what the hung jury makeup was, not proceeding. That would be a way out for the state, or deciding to just drop the charges, but not without prejudice, just drop the charges. And reserve the right to charge later. I also think that, again, you have things that we don't know about, because we're just seeing this case presented as it was to the jury. I'd love to know what was it that Scott Farris failed on the polygraph test, because I believe that maybe there's a theory here that Mommy and Scotty got together and did this thing and plotted this thing out. I mean, and again, that would make more sense to me than anything else if you're going to look at that this would be more of a conspiracy situation. Although she really was such a negative person when it came to Scott, I think that defeats that in a sense because of how bad the relationship was between Scott and his mom in terms of her hating on him for spending all the money. So I don't know why Scott would think it'd be a benefit to have to run through mommy for the money. So again, there's just so much that doesn't make sense here. But guess what? Guess who that's good for? That's the defense. Okay? And if a juror, if we're having problems with it, if I'm having problems with it, and I'm sure you're having problems with it, you might think she's guilty because somebody's guilty. But can you say she's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? I don't think so. So you let me know. You let me know in the comments. Let me know in the chat because we're going to be shutting this thing down here. I apologize for the noise in the background, but it's the price of doing this as a father of four. You're always going to have a little noise in the background. But the point of the matter is, let me know. Because to me, when I'm looking at this, like I said, I'm inclined to believe that she did this. But inclined to believe she did this is not, I believe she did it beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's the standard we have to hold ourselves to. So, and right now, there's no way I can say that. I just cannot say that after watching this case. And I've watched it closely. And I think, had she testified, that might have put the nails in the coffin. So it's another reason why her defense attorneys are very good attorneys. Very, very good attorneys. So anyways, guys, I'm going to jump off here. Let me know your thoughts. And we'll be back together on this case on Monday. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to try to put together a show to talk about this more, maybe over the weekend at some point. We'll see how the weekend goes, see what things look like, and go from there, guys. And until we talk again, let justice prevail, and let me know what your thoughts are on this case in the comments.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa.